Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, March the 30th, the day of Brian Shannon's webinar with us. I'm going to put that link in a few times today. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Mr. Keith. Yeah, sorry guys, I made another mistake in putting in the ones that are up this morning, or the active ones this morning. There is no SM, what did I put in here? SMGT, somehow I put that in instead of SMTC. Okay, so it's SMTC. And you can see right here, SMTC is an earnings play, and it's important that we get this one. Take a look at this one because this is a big collapse so far for SMTC, down 21%. You know what, guys, the banks are semi-rip mode right now. Just I'm going to deviate a little bit here because look at FRC. Look at FRC. I saw Wall also this morning, WAL. You can look at KRE, the regional bank ETF, and see what's happening there. A little bit of a move here for those two. And I also saw PACW. I haven't seen PACW for a while. Anyway, lots of other things happening. So we have some earnings plays. Actually, this is not an earnings play. They release tomorrow, SCYX, but it seems to be moving in anticipation of good earnings or something, unless, no, there was news. Okay, jumps 92% on a licensing deal with GSK. Okay, so and then they have earnings tomorrow. Not that I think anybody thinks that a company like this, Little Bio, is going to have stellar earnings, but they do have earnings tomorrow. Really? PACW went to the, are you kidding me? PACW went to the S&P, probably one of the small cap 600s. Where's that? Yeah, small cap 600. So we saw what happened with the other one yesterday, the Enable. We will have to keep an eye on this one to see if it just fades. Okay, I'm going to answer somebody in our toolbox. Can you connect an alert window with a chart? Yep. Well, depends what you mean. I mean, when you click, you can, as long as your chart, you only have really two options in the charts. If you right click on the chart, and go to properties and symbol linking, check symbol linking. So every time you click on a symbol, the chart will load, okay? So again, right click on the chart, properties, and check symbol linking, okay? Yeah, this BPTS is unfortunately our provider is not, we're not even getting any news on this one right here. I believe it's a 1-for-100 reverse split. Forget FRGT, Freight Technologies. This is, I'm trying to see why I awarded a Whirlpool contract, okay? No, you cannot, there's no auto. In other words, when an alert appears in an alert window, will it automatically load into the chart? No. First of all, look, if your alert window is fairly robust, you drive yourself crazy. Every time an alert appeared, the chart would load, and then it would load the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So no. And if you're not getting very many, then it's not that big a deal to click on the alert to load the chart. All right, what else? We've got lots of stuff happening here. So the SMTC is an earnings play. SMTC, again, I incorrectly put that in the active. Sorry about that. So it should be SMTC. SMTC, big gap down, 20% down on earnings. And when I look left, the next low looking left is 25.29. Looks like we're at 25.29 on the weekly chart. So if it took out 25.29, I don't know where the all-time lows are, but that looks like it'd be pretty devastating. How to get rid of the logos in the charts? Where? Like where? In the charts? I'm not sure you can. If you're talking in the charts, I'm not sure you can. So what list are you talking about? I don't have the, I know, I think they added that a while ago, but I don't know what list you're talking about. You're talking about right here, like the symbols. I think there's some kind of a, I know Pepe will know. I don't know if he's here yet. There's some kind of, to get rid of charts or get rid of the symbols. See, I don't have them. I don't have them. Yeah, so two bucks. I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, so I hate to be the bearer of bad news on you on that one, but I don't think they're ever going to allow stocks to automatically load from an alert window. The minute you get it, it's going to load into a chart. I mean, to me, I mean, this is not me anyway. I mean, I'm always going to click on the symbol, but so I don't think it's going to happen. Speaking of which, CXM, guys, CXM is an earnings play. Big move up here on say for CXM, and I'm an active trader, so two bucks. So I personally would never want to see it's because something that shows up in my alert window that is going to automatically load. I know everybody's different, but I am an active trader or an active an active peruser of charts all day long. TRMD is a financing. TRMD is a financing. TRMD is a financing. And the financing was done at, shoot, I don't know what the financing price is. If it was here. I don't see a price yet for this financing for TRMD. Ah, there you go. Thank you, Pepe. Nick, I knew Pepe would know. So I've never even thought about using this. So if you right click on the symbol column the header, so just click on symbol and you see symbol plus, and here are your options. No logo, I guess is what you want. I agree. I don't care about the logo also, but I've never had that enacted or enabled. CZOO. CZOO. Wrapping up, it is an earnings play. I'm just pausing here. I don't think it's an, yeah, it is an earnings play. So CZOO is an earnings play. What sort of room does it have? Yeah, I think three could stall it easily. I don't think it's got enough room for a further move. It's already up 20%. But listen, two box, if you want, you can send an email. You can send an email to Trade Ideas, okay, and suggest that as an option. Just don't hold your breath. I mean, I'm not going to try to snow you on it. Don't hold your breath, thinking that they will do it. But hey, you never know. Here's a big, more expensive one, guys. RH is an earnings play. RH is an earnings play, and down. Let's see, 4%. Now, when I first saw it, it was down here, 219, but no, it wasn't. I think these are, I'm talking to myself, but this bottoming tail is not true. It's just like this one, that this is the 8:45. No, this is 8 o'clock. Well, this is 8 o'clock. Sorry. See these bottoming tails? They're just not real. This is the one here's the financing price that I do know about. VKTX, VKTX. The financing, sort of shrugging it off, actually, not too badly. Only down 3%. The financing is actually at 1450. So yeah, so it has shrugged off the financing so far pretty nicely. Financing is at 14.50, so the price is right now a dollar above that financing price. However, wouldn't surprise me, is that it starts drifting down towards that financing price. I want to bring this up as a not a joke, but I'm amused that SVP is SIVB, of course, basically defunct, but it is trading on the pinks, up 30%, 900,000 shares. SIVBQ. I don't even think I can trade this one. I think I did. I think I deactivated my ability to trade pink sheet stocks years ago because I never do it. That's with Interactive Brokers, of course. RNA, boy, this has been hammered down. RNA hammered down. Partial clinical hold through the 200-day moving average. Wow, still room underneath here. Yeah, look at that, $11. 1096 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. At a bit of a bounce. EVGO. EVGO, let's see, any news on this one? That's an earnings play. Okay, EVGO is actually an earnings play. Obviously, the market reacting favorably so far. JP have something to do with Alibaba. I should know this, but I don't. Did I do that wrong again? JD. If I put JP. Sorry, guys, did I put that wrong? No, I did. I didn't. I'm looking in my where I pasted all the movers. So JD proposed spinoff and separate listing. So do they have anything to do with Alibaba? Are they a shareholder, or does Alibaba have a stake in JD? Seem to think they're connected. At any rate, they're doing a spinoff too, like Alibaba, spinning off 6 of their divisions. And PYXS, man, oh man, this has just been on a real roll. PYXS all started with the Pfizer news, I guess 4 days ago, 3 days ago. 5 may be tough to get through, but and guys, what about that ENVX? You know, I really thought about swinging this one. As you know, I don't swing trade very often, but I really thought about swinging this one. It closed so well. But I guess we'll have to keep watching it. It is still above, well, it's well above now the 200-day moving average, and it still has some room on the weekly chart. That was the big attraction yesterday. 1519 is the next high looking left. So is there an easy way to copy and alert Jason? Okay, let me see if I can quickly answer. Jason, I may have to do it a little bit later. I've got to go over some of the upgrades and downgrades and then take a look at the sector list and then the market's going to open. So are you talking about taking an alert window and putting it into a multi-strategy window? Is that what you're talking about? I think that's what you're talking about, right? And there is, well, I don't know if it's an easy way, but there is certainly a way without having to recreate it from scratch. So Jason, maybe Jason can't hear me. And Ned, I'm going to try to answer your question. Now, first of all, I'm not a swing trader, okay? And holding things for 3 months, definitely out of my, definitely is not what I do. But there are others in this room who are more swing trading than I am. They may be able to help you, okay? but you're in an active trader's room for sure. Most of the things we talk about all day are stocks that are moving today. Doesn't mean though that, if something is moving well today, if it sets up nicely at the end of the day still, and it's got room to move, looking at a daily or a weekly chart, it could turn into a swing trade. All right, time is 9:15. I've got to get a move on here. Just give me one moment, please. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Hopefully it's not a long list. It's funny, the list of the upgrades starting to get longer and longer compared to the downgrades. It certainly wasn't the case not that long ago. So I'll get these in our Discord room first. It's easier for me to copy and paste them out of there, then put them in the main room. So is there anything interesting? Maybe an upgrade. There's an upgrade for Fluence, FLNC from Goldman. FLNC, I'll have to remember to put that in. Something is, SMTC is just, I hear it over and over. My text to voice. SMTC must be making new pre-market lows. Yeah, Goldman's fairly active this morning that I can see. We've got three upgrades from Goldman. SMTC guys keeps making new pre-market lows. Okay, I want to take a look at FLNC. FLNC, just to see if it's reacting to the Goldman upgrade yet. Definitely, definitely reacting to the Goldman upgrade. I don't know if there's any other news on it. And I see also Susquehanna initiated coverage, neutral target 18. Well, that's not. And interesting. Goldman has put a target of 29 on FLNC. Okay, so we got a couple of analysts on that one. All right, let me get these downgrades in. Not too many downgrades. See if there's any Goldman downgrades. All right, let me get them into the room now. All right, so definitely I would be keeping an eye on this FLNC. The volume, it's not huge volume yet, but 32,000 have traded so far, and I think it's really all about Goldman. We've got some highs up. In fact, it's right there. The highs in the daily chart: 1744, 1759, 1759. So it's just a little bit above these highs, and the next high looking left is 1930. This could be really interesting. This FLNC on the Goldman and the Susquehanna upgrade, but especially the Goldman putting a price target of 2029. All right, let's take a quick look at the sectors to see what's happening. So we're in for another nice open, guys. We had a nice open yesterday, and the markets did close higher. All the indices closed higher. So let's see what happens today. So I'm from the toolbar, clicking on New, and then Doc Channel Bar, and then Show More, and scroll down until I get to the sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. I should add SMH, I really should. SMH, the semis. We'll look at the semis anyway, but look, so what you're seeing here, again, the major sectors, so I'll look up energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. And when you see 100% in green, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So when you take a look at the rest of the sectors, there was not one weak sector. Technology 95%, materials, discretionary. I mean, they're all well above 50%. We're in for a nice robust open as we had yesterday. But as usual, if I can remember to take a look at this before, let's see, about half an hour after the market opens, and then the change from the open. What did they do from their opening trades? Okay, you get a very different picture. Stocks could still be up from yesterday's close, but below, but maybe falling, from their opening trades. Interesting. These are the guys that we FactSet. FactSet. Hmm. FDS is who we use for our financial information. That the ones that take a look at FDS just for fun. I mean, they're okay, but you know where they. I don't know why, but sometimes on these reverse splits, they don't catch them in time. Expensive company. Wow, 407. All right, let's take a look at financials, okay? There's no point. I don't want to look at the ones that I know are above the 200-day moving average, but let's take a look at XLF and see if it's getting closer, a little bit closer, a little bit closer. There's the 200-day moving average right there. So it's getting a little bit closer, off the lows of 30. Healthcare is another one, XLV. Yeah, I mean, off those lows anyway, starting to come back. There's that 200-day moving average. Okay, no, I was thinking of materials maybe. XLB, materials, XLI industrials, well above. XLB, yeah, so that's the one. That's one I was thinking of. So a couple of days ago, it just poked its head above the 200-day, and yesterday, cleared it, and let's see what happens today. In communications, we know it's above. It's fun to look at now that it had the tremendous rally to get, above the 200-day moving average. I mean, you have to look at a monthly chart. I mean, this is way below. But anyway, moving away, and technology the same, XLK, moving away from that 200-day moving average. And of course, probably the king right now in terms of moving away is SMH. Look at SMH. Look at that 200-day moving average, 220, 260 right here. I don't know what weighting NVIDIA has. Probably a huge weighting. But look at NVIDIA. I mean, my goodness. I think I read somewhere where the Nasdaq 100 is up 80% or something from January, January 1, something like that. And it must be heavily weighted with NVIDIA. What's Amazon doing? I keep waiting. Okay, well, Amazon is interesting. It's finally over 100 again. I just can't believe that this is going to remain down here. But I was wrong before. I thought on that break of 100, this is back in January 31st approximately, and I was on a good roll, but all the way up to 113. And then the next day, I don't know if that was earnings, might have been earnings. And then, dropped way below again, way below, but it's rallied 88. So it's rallying. Meta, of course, like, is it over? It's still over 200. Still over 200. All right, guys, let's see, 3 minutes or so before they open. I'm going to put the link in again for this webinar this afternoon with Brian Shannon at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. If you want to know a more in-depth analysis about VWAP and the Hacred VWAP, it's going to be a great webinar. Again, if you don't know who Brian Shannon is, Google him. We'll call him a well-respected, I won't call him an analyst, just a well-respected guy, okay, in this industry. He's all about the technicals. And he's written several books, and the last one is a bestseller on Amazon right now. And I'm a proud owner of a copy of it. Yeah, I'll just sign up for it, Nick. Make sure. So that's a good question. A lot of people can't make it live. It's at 4 p.m. Eastern time. You can't make it live. That's fine, but sign up for it, and then you'll be emailed the recording. Okay. Yep, there are plans, Raj. In fact, if you attend the webinar, or if you at least sign up for it, and then you'll get the recording, you'll see what the plans are. Okay. Wow, 1 minute already. Okay. Well, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Very few exceptions to the rule. One of them sometimes is if I get something on my 10-day daily breakdown and it's also an all-time low. So if I get something in here and it's an all-time low, it's possible. But I usually do not trade in the first 15 minutes. No, it's not autographed. I don't know Brian at all. But Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, some of you know the name. He's known Brian Shannon for years and years and years. So that's the reason why he's doing the webinar with us. All right, everybody, we are now open for business. All right, KISS, KSS, this is making a move here. Coles, that's an interesting move. Interesting move. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. I don't know why. Maybe the APLM just got halted. APLM just got halted. So this is a SPAC. You guys are trying. So this was a SPAC turned into APLM, and it just got halted. So this will go crazy today, guys. It's already gone crazy a little bit, but this will go crazy, I'm sure. Let's take a look at the potential open, $21 right there, but my guess is that it'll be different from that. All right, so there's the SMTC, guys. It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but notice it is not an all-time low. I mean, it may, yeah. So again, I'm just conservative. There was the alert, 2413, 2356 now. Now, it might have been hard to get right at 2413. You could have got it certainly over 24. But, I just see too many times stocks whip up and down in the first 15 minutes, but this one may not. But even there, I mean, what did it get down to? It got down to 2353 and right back up to 2429. So, I mean, if you took that one, where's your stop? Oh, KISS, guys. KISS. KSS. Just trying to see if there's any news. CEO. Okay, so that's the reason the CEO bought $2 million of stock, ranging from 2173 to 2192. So that's way above. Okay, so he's got some. That's the CEO. Put his money where his mouth is on KSS. I don't think I mentioned this SGBX. I did see it in the pre-market. I think I didn't mention it because I thought there might be too much resistance not that far away. So, but it's up 32%. It's an earnings play and it's a low float. Did hit after hours, it did hit 123. I'm just looking left though, this 115 area, 120, 115 area may stall it. All right, so what's the market doing? So the market, yeah, so everything is positive so far. XERS, another cheap one coming right into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, it looks like there's just too much. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, 146, and right up here is about 150. Hog, you guys were talking about Hog. Is that an earnings play? Hog, HOG? Answer is no. So why is Hog up? Maintained, outperformed by Baird with a $50 price target. Okay, $56 price target. Ah, cut 250 from 56. Okay. So it's a bit of a downgrade, but still putting a pretty lofty price target on it. I don't know. Let's take a look at jets. Take a look at the ETF for airlines. Question is, are airlines the play of the day? I mean, Jets is having a nice. Actually, Jets is breaking out. A little bit of a breakout here. But we've seen this act before. Okay, just a minute. Hey, EVGO guys, this is still moving here. EVGO, EV play. I don't think I saw any news. Yeah, it's an earnings play. So I think Shady took that one. Nice one, Shady. Interesting. Right at the 200-day moving average, 707. And the next high looking left is 766. So it's got a little bit of room. EVGO rises on blowout Q4 numbers. The CCL is sort of interesting. I mean, it reminds it's a lot like the airliners. If you look at the airliners, Jets, it looks a lot like it, and then a little breakout. Had a couple of, I think it had earnings on the 27th, and then a couple of upgrades since then. And I just cannot get behind these guys, these cruisers. But no, okay, this is not shortable for me. Unfortunately, SCYX is not shortable for me. TRMD, guys, TRMD now making a new low. Look at the potential. If you forget about all these little, well, I mean, right down here, 23, TRMD, I don't think it's an no, it's not an earnings play. I'm trying to see why is it, commencement of a secondary, public offering. So, yeah, so they're doing a financing. I just don't know what the price is. Don't know what the price is for this one. Anybody dive into this one to know what the financing price is for a TRMD? So Shady VKTX, so they did a financing and it's holding. At least it was in the pre-market. The financing's at 1450. Yeah, I mean it's shaking that financing off like nothing. They're raising $250 million. So what's happening here is that shareholders are saying, well, okay, for all the right reasons, because it had the big pop here. Can't remember what the news was exactly, but it's a bio, of course. So good news and whatever they're doing. Now they're taking advantage. The stock was at $9, so they're taking advantage of the big pop to do a $250 million financing at $14.50. So kudos to whoever's running VKTX right now. Yeah, so Jets, UA, well, of course, Jets is going to look like UAL or vice versa. JetBlue joins United Delta to pair flights to ease congestion and delays. JetBlue is preparing to prune New York flights during the impending summer travel season. Interesting. Federal regulators urge carriers to reduce schedules by up to 10% at some of the nation's busiest airports due to a crisis in air traffic controllers. Interesting. Okay, well, that's causing you're right, that's causing the airlines to move. Now, this one is shortable for me, EVGO. Whoops. I'm not saying I want to short it right now or anything like that, but this has gone pretty parabolic. Not too many shares, 41,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 766. Next on the hit parade, Grab. Grab is, well, I don't know. Grab is through the 200-day moving average. That's interesting, but to me, it's coming into too much resistance, but it's having a big pop actually. Grab has a huge float, 1.7 billion in the float. Really didn't see this in the pre-market. VHC. What's happening with this one? I haven't seen this one before in a while. Used to see this all the time. I think these are the guys who used to sue Apple all the time. I may be wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. There was some company that used to sue Apple all the time, and so they declare a special cash dividend of $1 per share. I guess that's the reason for this pop. I am correct on VHC. I thought so. Used to sue Apple all the time. You go back, take a monthly chart, you're going to see all sorts of little craziness. Yeah, the patent trolls. That's right. Haven't seen that term for a while. And Mr. Ori, Mr. Ori, you have been around a long time, my friend. Okay, things have settled down just a little bit. So I'm going to take a look at this SMTC now. See how it popped? I mean, it got down to, down to 23.50, but it just popped up $1. So now for me, what was the alert at? 24.13. Reset the alert then. I'm going to stick the alert just underneath 24 and see if it takes it out later on. BTBT guys, BTBT. So Bitcoin play, BTBT. The next high looking left looks like it's around $1.68. Might be too close. Well, JD on that news, do some spin-offs or a spin-off. I don't know if they're going to be multiple spin-offs. Company announced intends to spin off JD Property. Yeah, so two spin-offs. So following the same thing that Baba's doing, Baba's spinning off six of their divisions. LICY guys, LICY again, another one. Unfortunately, looks like it's coming into some resistance. Too bad. Look at the move here, and it's an earnings play. No real reaction in the pre-market. Probably didn't hit my scanner because the volume was too low. And interesting. This is shortable for me. Looks like it's coming into some pretty tough resistance between here and six for LICY. The 200-day moving average is 607. It's above the VWAP 541. What I'd love to see it get a little higher, 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 close to six, and then maybe short it from there. And we have some. Didn't even see these. So APLM, yeah. So we saw that halt, and now it's opened. Well, opened 940. And DFLI was halted. DFLI was halted on the way down. Oh, I remember these guys. Dragonfly. What's going with them? Not. It's an earnings play. So Dragonfly is an earnings play. This could turn into an all-time low. You know what? Only 2,000 shares at Interactive Brokers available to short. Boy, this one's been a star, guys. Look at KC. KC continues to just keep moving. I mean, this is a $3, $4 stock, $380, 380 stock. Not that long ago, a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe. Yeah, 2 weeks ago on the 13th. And it's a China stock. And boy, it is just ever since I think it had March 29th. Yeah, it had earnings on the 29th yesterday, but that's not what caused it to run. It was running well before that. Well, guys, well, hopefully some of you remembered. This is the one I didn't forget, but I had too much going on. Look at FLNC now, guys, on the Goldman upgrade and the Susquehanna. Call it an upgrade, but they put a 19, I think, a 19 price target on. Goldman put a 20. $29 price target on them. You know, should have been following it right from the beginning. So that's why sometimes those upgrades and downgrades you see in the pre-market, depends who does it. Got to follow Goldman, obviously. A lot of times you're going to see something like this. And it already had moved in the pre-market. Look at RNA, guys. RNA is trying to come back here off earnings. I mean, it's already come back from 1390. I mean, it's trying to come back in a big way now. I'm sorry, not earnings, not earnings. Provides update in phase 1, 2. Was this the one that was, yeah, there was a partial clinical hold put on them. Okay, so okay, Joe Dagger from our YouTube room. Let's take a look at Pinterest, Pins over the VWAP. It was maybe when you mentioned it, 26.59, barely right now. TRMD, okay, TRMD, just hitting my 10-day daily breakdown. Trying to get it, trying to get it. Down over 10%, so all right, I got a fill. Yay, I got a fill. Let's see if that works out though. Okay, I got a fill for the TRMD. At the alert happened at, I got in at 28.80 actually, got a pretty good fill. And that came from my 10-day daily breakdown. Next low is 28.26, looks like 28.26 on the daily chart. So yeah, there's some room. And again, this is because they're doing the financing. Just couldn't find the financing price. So it's important to know. Don't know what the financing price is. Yeah, kind of in the dark on this one now, guys. I don't know what the financing price is for TRMD. All we know is they're doing the financing. So I just have to be careful. And if it gets back up to 28.80, I'm probably going to bail. In fact, I'm bailing, guys. I don't know what the financing price is, so I just bailed on it. I mean, it may continue down, but meanwhile, yeah, nice on the VKTX. I mean, there's a situation in which the financing didn't matter at all, not even remotely. Isn't this the one where I had to go back to 2018 before I saw some highs? Yeah, it's 2018. So, I mean, this is not an all-time high technically, but I mean, you've got to go back 5 years before you start seeing these highs. I think there's about a 7-second delay, Dimitri. Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you don't want any delay at all, you can come into the main room. This is the main room. Okay. Or you could go to Discord. Discord, I don't think has any delay either. Yeah, nice one by Shady for sure on the VKTX. 14.50 a share. I mean, they're raising a whack of money, $250 million, I think. 250, yeah, $250 million. So that is definitely going to go a long way in helping them do more and more trials. Now, this one is shortable for me. Not that I mean, a lot of shorts available, 1.8 million. I mean, eventually, you think it's going to run out of steam a little bit, but just want to keep an eye on it. So what is the news? Let's see. Okay, no, this is just a dividend play now. Vernetics is a dividend play, a special $1 dividend, not suing Apple again for something. I'm definitely glad I got out of that TRMD short. I mean, the minute I should have looked before, but the minute I realized it was a financing, but the financing price was not stated that I can see anyway. Are you saying, Casa, are you trying to say that it was at $33? BAC, let's take a look at BAC. Yeah, I don't generally trade these ones just because of the float, unless they have some, insane news, which of course a lot of the banks had bad. And so they were really moving. But right now, with 8 billion in the float, it's going to take a bunch to move this. It's just underneath the VWAP, 28.91. Talking about Bank of America. Joe Dagger. Okay, Joe Dagger. Let's take a look at PINS. Big float, but 26.59 was the VWAP. Now the pre-market highs, I mean, it could block it. It's not that far away. So it depends how much look left on the daily chart. 27. Yeah. Just doesn't, for me, it just doesn't have enough room. I mean, all these media stocks like this, it's all about TikTok right now. We all probably know that. Well, you can, Joe, but I wouldn't do it. The average daily volume, 30 days. Most of the things you see in anything I do, these are stocks that are kind of moving today. All right. And so I never use the average daily volume ever, because a stock that maybe doesn't trade very much and all of a sudden having an explosive day, you won't see it. If you put some kind of an average daily volume in there. I don't think average daily volume is worthwhile if you're intraday, if you're looking for stocks that are moving today. That's my opinion. And you can add it if you want, but I just don't think it's worthwhile doing it. I'm trying to think of one that would be like that today. Yeah, what would it be? I mean, if you saw some insanely high relative volume, that would be a good clue that that's a stock that you wouldn't see then if you put an average daily volume of, I don't know, 500,000 shares over 30 days or 5 days or 10 days. You just wouldn't see it. All right, Joe, I'll take a look at Ribbon or IVN. Well, maybe, but I mean, it's below the VWAP now, 1453, below the VWAP now. I'd be more inclined to be shorting this, Joe. I'm talking to Joe Dagger in our YouTube room. Hey, we got a lot of halts and resumes here, guys. So that one. So here's another. It must be an IPO. Yeah, this is an IPO. How many shares? So 3.3 million shares, and the expected open was what? $4 at $4. Okay, so another cheap IPO, guys. Halted on the way down. Stick an alert at 4 and see if it happens later on. And where are they out of? All right, another China IPO, guys. This is another China IPO. So again, this may be lay dormant for a few days, and you never know. They might explode later on. It's all about the structure, a low priced IPO, not many shares. China. I call your attention to this one. This is not China, it's Singapore, but you can see what happened here. And I'm not saying that's going to happen with these other ones, but you can see what happened here. DANL, a couple of days, did really nothing, and then it has exploded since then. I can't believe it, guys. I think I forgot to write down the name of that China IPO from yesterday. What? Somebody's going to know. It starts with the letter H. Starts with the letter H. H. No, 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 no. No, like an IPO from yesterday, not HKD. And it did the same thing. I mean, it didn't really do anything, and I've got a well, you know what? I may not have to, there it is, HLP. So I've got a yeah, HLP. So I've got a price alert set on it, again, did nothing the first day, doing nothing today. But if it takes out this high at some point, probably not gonna happen today, may not happen ever. But if it does, I wanna know about it and see if it starts to get rolling from there. Toro was active yesterday. Toro was active yesterday. Got up to wow. This has got some room, guys. If it wants to get running again. So, are you talking from my channel, Joe? I'm not sure you can. You talking from my channel? I'm not sure. I mean, I might be able to do it, but I don't think. Don't think you can do anything with these. Maybe. Okay. I mean, just okay. Just right click. The thing is that if you leave the channel, let's say it's not going to be saved. So so I guess it's just like adding a column to anything. Right click, configure columns. If you see it here, okay, if you see it here, then you can add it. Otherwise, you can do a search on what you want and then add it as a column. But it's just like adding a column on anything. But the minute you leave my channel, it's not going to save. Okay. What is the invite lead? Let's see. It is. I think this should work. No, there's hardly anybody in there, Dimitri, and I don't really monitor it. Okay. I think it's mainly for people who just want to listen. Yeah. Thank you, Ground Sniper. See, I don't monitor it. There's only, there's less than 10 people in that room. I keep it open. The goodness of my heart. There's just something just don't mind. But if you want to go in there and just listen to me and you see my screen, there's no delay, but I don't monitor it. I would just stay here. You can pop the chat open, in here, and so you can have it floating around. So SMTC is having actually a nice bounce, pretty good bounce here. Oscar guys, OSCR is still, man, what a nice 4-day run this has been on. Another one like 337, $7 now. So when we look left on the weekly chart, what do we see? Looks like the next high is 706. So it's at it got up to 709 today. The next high is 706, so that kind of stalled it. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Lots of shares available. There's the VWAP, guys. 680 is the VWAP. So that could hold it. Approaching it right now. Boy, this is not a good IPO right now, CHSN. But, just set an alert, guys. Put an alert at $4 and, see if it takes it out. What are we now, Thursday? Maybe next week sometime. Now, you see, Joe, I should have shorted Riven on that break of the VWAP. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, SPY is getting a little ugly here, guys. Yeah, SPY is getting a little bit ugly. We're still positive, but probably touch 400 again today. Banks are starting to move down now, or the regionals anyway. FRC had a nice move in the pre-market, and when the market opened, had a nice little move. But look at this, giving it up. So now, guys, let's take a look at what has the market done since the open. Remember, every sector was very positive. Okay, every sector was very positive. Oils were 100% were above yesterday's close. Let's see what's now. Look at this. I love it. So this is now the change from the open of these major sectors. Look at energy. 95% of them are down from the opening trade. Now these could most of them may be still up from the close of yesterday, but look at this. Down from 95% of them are down from the opening trade, so they're fading. Technology was 90% were above the open or above the close of yesterday. Look at this, 65% down from the open. Healthcare, 80%. Now what's held is retail, guys. Just look at this. Retail is held. Retail is a strong sector. It was above. I can't believe this EVGO is in this sector. Seems too small to be in it, but anyway. But look at retail. Is that right? EVGO? How can that be in part of the retail sector? XRT and Carvana. All right. Need my super sleuths to take a look at this XRT. Find a list of XRT. Okay, somewhere. Hard for me to believe that EVGO and Carvana are in there, but okay. The big list, pretty big list, but maybe. Anyway, the bottom line though is that retail is strong, whereas most of the other sectors have weakened since the open. Retail has maintained. Yeah, you can see the pop here. I miss my VKTX short. Well, that's too bad. I miss my VKTX short. All right, now TRMD is now moving down again. Um, just looking again. Facet, were you trying to say that it was at $33? I know I tried to read what you posted, which is way below now. I mean, that's, typically we do see that if a company does a financing and it is below the financing price, but that's way below if that is correct, what you posted. All right, guys. Now, what's AI doing? I haven't looked at the races yet. I'm keeping an eye on, boy, this GME, guys. I'm telling you, if it could get down below 22, look out below GME. You can see I've got my price alert set right around there. And why? Well, look, then if it takes that out, look left, and there's a ton of room underneath. I think I have an alert set for that one for the PYXS. If I don't, I will. Maybe I don't. Okay, well, let's set an alert here. High 503 and see if it takes it out later on. Oops, let me get this down a little bit. There we go. So Riley is still maintaining a $52 price target on Semtech. Interesting, even after this disaster earnings. Well, there's AI, guys. Well, I mean, I just find it in very hard intraday trader. But the next high looking left for AI is 23.39. Ton of room. Just find it a very difficult intraday trade. So STEM is trying to come back. STEM had a recovery day. I guess we'll call it a recovery off the lows of 465. Closed up here, and it's trying to come back. It's still kind of trying to pop a little bit more. The next high looking left is 641-ish. 643 is the next high looking left. Well, I'm glad I almost got back into the TRMD, but until I know what that financing price is for sure, I'm going to just let it go. Well, this RNA is really teasing here at 16. So again, they're on a partial clinical hold put on them by the FDA, but they're trying to, I don't want to use the term fight it. I mean, they agree with it. They're saying that, unfortunately what happened is it looks like it could be really just kind of a one-off, but well, looks the VWAP 1623 got close to the VWAP for VKTX. Would have been an okay quick short, but it's still strong. VKTX is still strong. Oh, look at BMEA. BMEA. Look at the pop here, guys, for BMEA right here. High yesterday was 37 or so. Not a great spread. So they priced their $150 million offering at $30. Okay. I don't know if that was yesterday, if that price was known yesterday. So they've priced it at $30. So again, the market is saying, you know what, that's okay. We're not going to punish you too much, raising a lot of money, a lot higher prices than it was 4 days ago. Oh my gosh. Okay. Tomorrow, Look how crazy this one is now, this APLM. So this was a SPAC? What was a SPAC before? Wow. You can tell it was a SPAC because it's not an IPO. You can tell because it was trading in the pre-market. Started trading as APLM. I just don't see the news on it. I don't see what the SPAC was. JMac was the SPAC? Okay. I remember it. That's the thing. I remember it. We have to. I know you guys were talking about this in the pre-market, I think. We really have to have an idea about when something is going to start trading officially. Toro, guys. Toro, Toro, Toro. Look at this thing go. Remember, I was just talking about this, and the next high looking left is 288. Look at this thing go. We have no isn't this the one that has 9 million in the float? Somebody did a check. We don't have any float information for them. Oh, VKTX, super strong still. Well, maybe that's it, guys. Maybe that's it for a while. I mean, that might be a little bit of a blow off top, 1716. But the problem is you've got this bottoming tail, topping tail. So, I mean, there's still kind of direction unknown. I mean, you would think after this parabolic rise that there's going to be some big profit taking, but boy, that just exploded through 17. Interesting, guys. FLNC broke down through the VWAP now. FLNC broke down through the VWAP. Meanwhile, all those worries about that red candle here on the SPY. Nope, not yet anyway. Nice recovery, the second candle, and then this next candle, the 1030 candle. These are 15-minute candles that you're seeing here. I'm sorry, I have to get rid of this. This is look at that pre-market data. So 1847 is the VWAP for FLNC. So it is trying to hold it actually. All right, guys, FLNC looks like it wants to. Remember, that's the VWAP, really, 1847. So VWAP looks like it's trying to hold. It has some room to 19. Where's the 200 day? 200 days way, way below, so that's not an issue. I mean, keep an eye on the RNA, okay? I mean, this has the look that it's holding 16 quite a bit. Has the look like it wants to, I mean, bounce a lot more, higher lows and all. And what's the high looking left on that 15-minute chart is 1616. High here is 1636. Okay, I'm still watching FLNC, how well it holds this level here. Here's the VWAP, 1847. And again, Goldman put a $29 price target on it this morning. So that is the reason for the big move. Look at PBY, Puma. Biotechnology, guys. Look at this. 332, 334 is a 200-day moving average. Pretty extended, obviously. This is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Pretty extended. See if there's any news on this. I don't see any specific news on it. Been a beaten up stock for quite a while now. Okay, guys, FLNC right at the VWAP. Let's see if it holds it. If not, move on. 1848. Another one on the move here, guys. YS. Yes, YS. Another China stock. Yeah, another China stock. Boy, look at these. Lots of action. Next high looking left on the daily is 264. Where did it get to? Right up to 257. Okay, guys, I'm watching that FLNC. VWAP trying to hold it. Pally, I forgot to mention this. Pally was showing. Shoot, look at this. Pally was showing up earlier. A momentum scanner at 211. Looks like it's coming into some resistance. Maybe these are little highs here. If it can get through all that, maybe it's got a shot to the 3 level. Maxim put a $50. Oh yeah, sure. Well, why not? Justine. I mean, how crazy is it? I mean, on a $2 stock to put a $50 price target on it. Okay, guys, FLNC, VWAP held. That was for Pally. Yeah, I do remember Pally. I do remember this one back in the day. Yeah, so that is split adjusted. I don't know if it ever got up to 80.63 really. RNA, guys, inching its way up, inch, penny by penny. RNA. So was that a misprint? Amen. Was that a misprint? Because they have 50. We see 50 here. Should it have been 5? See if I can find another headline. Yeah, I don't see another headline. I'm just looking to see maybe that was a misprint. Fluent Skies, FLNC. Schwab says 5 from Maxim. Okay, that makes more sense. I mean, $50. Come on. I mean, I know some of these quote unquote analysts will put these crazy lofty targets, but I mean, 50 from 2. Come on. Okay, so I think that's just a misprint then. What Fluence guys, FLNC held a VWAP. RNI guys. So far, it's a beauty off that 16. And speaking of VWAP, guys, I'm gonna keep putting this link in. And again, if you can't make it live, that's okay. But I really think this could be a real cool webinar that we are putting on with Brian Shannon today at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. And he'll talk. Obviously, he's going to talk about anchored VWAP, VWAP in general, anchored VWAP, the whole bit. So again, if you cannot make it live, sign up for the webinar, and you'll be sent an email with the video, with the recording. Okay. Fine tune your entries with anchored VWAP. And yes, I'm sure he'll be selling his book. maybe you'll get a discount. I don't know. But I bought the book. Great reference. RNA, guys, how good was this off that 16? And if you took it, I'd be the next high looking left was at 1640. So it got through that. And then the next high is 1658. So, I'd be wary. And right now, if you're going to maybe take some profit. And notice, I'm not telling anybody to take trades. I'm just pointing out opportunities. If it makes sense to your business plan, then go for it. If not, then you pass. Wow, look at PBY. I didn't take this one. PBYI. Wow, what a move. Look at Fluence though. I mean, like it's almost like voodoo, guys. Look where it held. Now the VWAP was 1847, and look where it got to. Got to 1847. Now is it going to work like this every single time? Of course not. I might have to get rid of my purple because this takes into account. In fact, I want to know if there's an option that I can. Because I want the pre-market. I want to see the pre-market, but I don't want this VWAP to be influenced by the pre-market. Anyway, let's take a look at ENVX. It had a big pullback. Let's see what it did around the VWAP. 1370. So it's just a little bit below the VWAP right now. So a couple of things. Now look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average, 1327. I mean, almost to the penny. The 200-day moving average is 1327, and it got down to 1326, and that held it. So a bounce off the 200-day moving average. Wow. It's crazy, isn't it? Dradi, crazy. So what we need to find out is what SPAC today is turning into something tomorrow. That's somebody's or several people's assignment. Okay, what SPAC today is turning into is doing their business combination tomorrow. Because this was GMAC, so or JMAC. Let me just see what I can bring up on JMAC. But look at the crazy action for this one. Okay, I mean this is just days ago. It got down to 746. Then it popped up. It's 19 down to 9. I mean these are huge swings. Okay, so I want to see this. I remember you talking about it. I do remember you or somebody. I guess so. I guess it was you talking about it. See, what I want to find out is I want to see whether or not this was a known, absolutely known that it was going to start trading as APLM today. I'm I'm looking at this news. This is on the 20th. I just can't see. I mean, maybe it's here, but because that's the key thing to know when it's going to start trading, under the new symbol. Yeah, but um, responding to somebody in your YouTube room. Yeah, but what I want to know is when it was trading as GMAC, where did it say that it would stop trading as GMAC and it would begin trading as APLM today? I mean, look at all this action with GMAC earlier. These are the last few days of its trading. I mean, it's all well and good to know that it's trading as APLM in the pre-market, but it'd be nice to know the day before that it's going to start doing that for sure. I can't open the link. There's no link. You can't put links in there, okay, in YouTube. Guys, I'm going to say it again. GME, keep an eye on a 22 break for GME. Ah, you miserable. You know what? This is bogus now from Interactive Brokers or whatever, because, there were 1 million shares available the last few days. They've dried up. No more shares available to short for GME. They've all been snapped up at and I think there were at least 1 million shares the last time I looked. Son of a gun. I'm not the only one thinking that if it takes out 22. So again, Tawfiq, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I can't see the links you're posting. Okay, you can't post links in YouTube. You want to come over to the main room and you can post links. Let me see AMC. I wonder if AMC shorts have become available now. Interactive Brokers. No, I can't believe that with GME there were lots and lots of shares available over the week, but none now. No, okay, so I do see that information, Casa, but where was it going to say that it was going to start trading as APLM today? We do see that, I'm looking through all the information that you posted, and I'm looking to see, and we will start trading as APLM on March 30th. That's the key thing. Unless I'm unless I'm reading this wrong. I mean, we know that. Yeah, it's easy enough to find out who they're going to merge with, but this is from the 14th. So it's easy enough to find that information. What is not as easy to find out is when they're going to start trading as APLM in this particular case. Unless it's buried in here somewhere, but it can't be because they could not have known on September 14th that it was going to start trading on March 3rd on the type search in the text. Okay, maybe I'm just brain dead here. I don't see anything. I mean, yeah, I mean, I do see that it's saying that it's going to close in the expected to close in the first quarter of 2023. I get that. And I get that's going to be the symbol. But what we need to know is the actual date, unless unless I'm, I don't see anywhere where it says March 30th anywhere in this. If you're saying it does somewhere, okay. Sixth line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But it's there. Okay, listen, you know what? I'll believe you. I believe you. I just can't see where it says, and I don't know how they can possibly know on a September 14th press release that it's absolutely going to trade on the 30th of March. I know it says first quarter. I'll take your word for it, Casa. Okay, I just can't see it. Oh man. Okay. Meanwhile, EVGO had a big pullback, but now it's starting to run again. Excuse me, over the VWAP should have. Wish I'd seen that over the VWAP. Thank you. Thank you. Expected to close in the first quarter. Okay. So I'm not crazy. There was no absolute reference to March the 30th. Because as we know, expected to close doesn't mean it's going to happen. And a lot of things can happen. Whew. 10:58. Okay. Well, I've been asked a question. What's the advantage of using the races? Here's the advantage. Depends. Now, even if you're not new to trading, but if you're new to trading, what the races do is this. First of all, it develops automatically a watch list for you. Okay, a top 10 watch list for you of stocks that you can watch all day long. In this particular race here, the moves are not going to be dramatic, like 0.35%. Rarely are you going to get anything over 1%. Oh, MCB, MCB. Sugar. I know that um, William was talking about this. Look at this MCB. Look at it hit right there 2 minutes ago. $28, 26.30 right now. I don't know how easy it would have been to get right at 28, but even if it was underneath, like even if it was 27 something. And Casa, obviously, I really appreciate your posting all that stuff. I just wanted to, because listen, there are times where it literally, we see that the SPAC says we will start trading tomorrow, and then they say the symbol. We've seen that. Anyway, MCB, what the heck is happening? Is there some kind of a Metropolitan Bank? Oh, a bank. Okay, so racing. Let me just quickly go over this racing. Somebody asked a question about what's the advantages of using racing. Now, this is a race that I'm sharing. Okay, I have another race that oh man, MCB missed the boat on that one. Big, lots of shares available too. All right, let me. Definitely not a boring day. Okay. Rory, thank you for that. Okay, if you click on my home page and scroll down a bit, here are some scans that I'm sharing. So this is the race that I'm sharing right now that you can see. This is another one. I used to share it, but you know what? I mean, so you can still get it, but I decided only to show this one because it's not as volatile as this. But this, if you're looking for something a lot more volatile, stocks that might be moving 5, 10, 15%, but with that up comes the big drop down too. So I decided I'm only going to show the large cap gainers. It's not that that's bad though. So why are these stocks showing up here at all? Look at FLNC, guys. So all races start from a top list. And of course, then that means that you can create your own race from your own top list with your specifications. In this particular race, why are we seeing these symbols? Because now notice that when you create your own top list, if you want to, you just right click and then you launch the real-time stock race. Okay. In this race here, why are we seeing these symbols? Long as they're between 10 and $50, 500,000 shares minimum volume, up 2% from yesterday's close, half a billion in the market cap and 50 million in the float minimum. And that's why we're not seeing stocks that are, so incredibly volatile. Now, you look at VKTX, pretty darn good. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, okay, then the stock that moves the most from when the race started, I run 4-minute races. I'm almost a minute into a race. Okay. XP hasn't moved much, 0.2%. Okay. But it is the one that has moved the most since the race started. JD now is 0.28%, 12 cents. Okay. And that's, of course, is what's going to happen. Like any other race, they're going to get moving stocks that you're going to have jockeying for position for the top spot all until the race is over. And then at the end of the race, a winner will be declared. And then that is how the top 10 list is created. VKTX in the top position, number one position. Why? Because it won 7 races. AI won 3 races all the way down the road. So what this does is it gives you a nice list of stocks to watch all day long. Okay, because it can be very confusing, when you're new to trading. And even if you're not new to trading, but you get overwhelmed by, man, oh man, what am I supposed to watch all day? Well, this gives you a nice list of stocks to watch all day long. And here's the PYXS, by the way, just taking out 5. See how these price alerts work? My price alert window, see how it popped up on my screen? Cannot miss a price alert. Minimize, all you have to do is, click on new and then price alert. If you never created one, then you just, on the chart, you just create a price alert and then you minimize this window. And then when an alert happens, it pops up on your screen. So the fact that these stocks, obviously, I mean, I'd be paying attention to VKTX all day long, okay? Because you may have missed the initial move, but maybe now it's going to set up as a short, as an example, okay? Maybe if it gets down to a certain, or maybe if it pulls back, maybe you have a favorite moving average that you would like to see it pull back to before you take the trade. Maybe you want it to pull back to the VWAP or the anchored VWAP when you get used to using an anchored VWAP, things like that. So that's why I'm saying just because you might think, man, I missed it, doesn't mean anything because it can set up either in a different type of pattern later on in the day. And who knows, maybe if it explodes over the high of the day later on, it'll keep running. Okay, thank you, Shady. That is the definitive close today. So the business combination closed today, March 29th, and JMac will be suspended from trading and then Okay, well that now, how can we find that out? Will that website show us all the upcoming, like all the SPACs, or somewhere you can search to find out that information? This is what. So, for instance, can we do something for upcoming SPACs? Even if it's a SPAC that is going to stop trading today, well, you don't have to have like a tremendous lead time. Give us a day, just one day. Mm, good grief, guys! There's so much happening right now. And I missed the boat on the PIX, PYXS, the explosion over five. What a day! And this got nothing to do with the market, guys. I mean, these are the ones you love. This is you want to print this out. This is an alpha stock right here. What do we mean by an alpha stock? Doesn't care what the market's doing. Probably doesn't care what its sector is doing. It's just completely and utterly trading on its own. And Luis, you kept bugging us about it, and good one. And this is, I mean, somewhat legitimate. I mean, I don't know how much money they're going to get out of this, but it's something to do with Pfizer, PFE. This is what got it running a few days ago. I can't seem to load that press release, Casa. No news today on it, but it wasn't it. It started because of a Pfizer, I think, unless I'm thinking of something else. Or am I thinking about something else? I thought some stock had something, and I didn't realize it, and it had something to do with Pfizer, PFE. But I don't want to mislead anybody because I don't see it here. I could have sworn that it had something to do with Pfizer, but maybe it was another one I was thinking of. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, it just was difficulty loading. Difficult to load, that's all. Okay, I was able to load it. Okay, I see that press release. Now, again, all I'm trying to say though is how do we find out, what stocks, what SPACs are going to be turning, have affected their business combination and will be trading on a specific date? Okay, so I would have got an email yesterday on that. Okay, cool. Captain K, NASDAQ trader. Let me, whew. So another one I kind of missed the boat on. I was talking about this one on the V, coming off the VWAP, 1373. Other one, ENVX. So even though it had a nice big pullback all the way down to 1325 through the 200-day moving average, even, or it stalled at the 200-day, and then look at the pop from there through the VWAP again, almost at the day's high. 1416 was the day's high. Because this is what I would do if I knew, if I had known that they was going to start trading as APLM. Okay, this is what I would have done. And I've said this before. What was it? Shoot, what was the symbol it was before? What was the SPAC? Oh, it's not this one. I know. J Mac. Okay. Whew, so many things. Okay, this is what I would have done. Okay, I would have taken 100 shares just to see at, before close, at 10, whatever that price would have been, 1080 or so. Okay. Now, could have run the risk that when it opened, it went down to 5. Okay. But just something to get your feet wet. If you know it's going to start trading, as the new symbol the next day, because then it gets converted, your JMAC gets converted to the new symbol. But I mean, look how incredibly messy it was leading up to it. I mean, just look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, back here on the 21st, I mean, this got down to, 743. Anyway, man, oh man, what a morning. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room when I do take my break between 12 and 1. So let me go over some of the things you're going to find on my home page. That I know, but we have a GATA. I've got a GATA, not a gatto. All right, guys, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So first of all, you want to join in all the fun and become a subscriber. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, you can click on the Get Trade Ideas. You'll see the different plans we have. If you do something, well, let me just quickly go over it. So we have 4 plans: an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium is 2,000 upfront, of course. Annual standard is 1,000 upfront, of course. Less than 15%. And the big difference is the AI. This is what the AI looks like. How you trade it will be up to you. You get the alerts and you have a bit as again, I never like to say that you have to take it right at the entry. And here's your stop. Wow, that's a crazy stop. 10 cents away. But anyway, I use it like a watch list. I don't pay as much attention to it because a lot of the things that I like to do are coming from my scans. But Payo certainly is an interesting one. But anyway, what I would do though is do not take out an annual subscription until you know you want the product. And you don't ever have to take out an annual. You go month to month forever if that's what you want. 118, 228, less than 15% for the first month only. First month only, okay? Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos, starting off with your installation and your first login, etc. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's a trading course, or I guess you can call it a trading course, sure. But it starts off as basic as you get. What is a stock? That's the first video. What is a stock? And I think there are about 30 odd videos. So if you're new to trading, I think this would be invaluable. I do a stock of the day video. I don't know which one I'm going to do today. And that's free. You can sign up for the free trade of the week. I don't know, I probably did not trigger. ASO was the trade of the week this week. Take a look at what it's done. Yeah, it did not trigger. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It just didn't trigger. There's when you get the email, you'll see that there's a suggested entry and it didn't trigger. So it's sort of a non-event, but it is free. Education right here, big education link. Here's the user guide. There's that getting started section. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and about stock racing. If I click on stock racing, here are 4 videos, shows you all about stock racing. These race startup configuration, they're all clickable. Okay, so that's all the information you need to know about stock racing. Oops. There we are. Getting started section again. So daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. And so that's coming up in about 45 minutes. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Steve Gomez. Okay. Now, I think, well worth it to, I think, join him because he is going to be also moderating the webinar that we're having with Brian Shannon at 4 o'clock Eastern. He is actually a friend of Brian. So you can ask him all sorts of questions about that and any other questions, of course. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. And last, come on, there we go. Last, now again, if you click on my link because I'm going to talk about my scans, if you click on my link, you have to scroll down. I always forget to mention that. You have to scroll down. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. We get the odd, well, not we get people asking, well, how come I didn't see this in the pre-market? And I can almost guarantee, and it's some scan they've got. Now, granted, if it's an alert window that you're trying to use in the pre-market, it's maybe a little more difficult because, if you've got some filters in place, you may be blocking the alerts coming in. But I almost guarantee that any symbol, anytime I've ever seen somebody say, hey, how come I didn't see this in the pre-market? And I look at my pre-market actives up and down and it's there. That's what I've been using forever. You can even make a race out of it if you want. So you would see a stock that is moving. These are the two. Well, this is the race that I'm sharing on my screen that you can see. This is another race that you can have access to. Here are the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, which I absolutely love. Okay. If somebody said to me, well, what would be if you could only do one thing in trade ideas, this is what it would be, my 10-day daily breakdowns. And that doesn't mean that just because you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. But you can figure a lot of times, they'll start working almost immediately. But, other times you can just let them set up in a different way. But it gives you a good watch list. Oops. And again, now I'm not sharing it in a docked version, okay? You can see they're all together in this docked window. They're broken down individually. Not everybody wants a short. Not everybody necessarily wants to see the don't repeat or have the don't repeat. What don't repeat means is that, and if I right click and go to properties and don't repeat, click on don't repeat. So you have now if you uncheck it, this is what would happen if you uncheck it. Every time a stock made a new high, you would see it in over here. But what I've done is this is a drop down menu. So you can say, well, I don't want to see that every time the stock makes a new high. I want to see it every time it does that. So you can delay it for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, or for the entire day. That's what I like to do. Because now what I can do is I can take a look at this PYXS and I can see, well, what was the first time I had an alert? It was 11:06 Eastern time and the price was 531. And of course, if I look over here, I can see that it kept making new high, new high, new high. So from 531, it got up to 579 before it pulled back. So I like to see that. I like to see this because then I can again go back in time and say, well, what happened from that first alert? You can also see it right on the chart. See the blue, if you can see this blue candle or blue arrow, that is telling me the first time the alert happened on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart up and running, it would show me in the 5-minute chart. So again, I can go back and say, okay, from that alert, what did it do from there? BYI, an alert at 315. So you can see right there, it stalled. It didn't really move any higher. Now you might say, well, wow, that's excellent, but how come it didn't alert here and here and here and here on the way up? Here's a good reason. Could I have constructed this in order to see this? Absolutely. But if you notice here, relative volume is 9.5, okay, right now for PBYI. The filter I've got here, and why I don't see too many alerts, and it's, that's what I want. Current volume is at least 8. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. So what happened is, as PBYI was moving, it wasn't at 8, and only because I can see right there, it's at 9.5. So I don't know at what point it broke over 8. But you might say, well, why don't you reduce that filter that you got at 8 down to say 4? And yes, I could do that. And I probably would have seen this. But what happens is I may see 10 others I don't want to see. So there's always a trade-off, always a trade-off. I can construct a scan that will show you anything you want, but you may get overloaded with alerts, and then it's almost like trying to find the needle in the haystack of the one that actually does this. So I don't get too bent out of shape anymore. Saying, oh man, I could have. This one was actually showing up on my momentum scan also, but I digress. Okay. So if you want my scans, here they are. Okay. The ones that I'm sharing right now. And if you do want to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, click on it, and then use this code. And if you save my homepage, then you'll have access to my scans and the education section anytime you want. And I do change up the scans every now and then. So good idea just to save my homepage. Yeah, I see that there are some people having an issue with unharding stocks or harding stocks necessarily and not showing up. Yeah, I don't know. If you've sent it off to our support people or developers, yeah, I don't know what the answer to that is. Let me just do one here. Okay, this is a watch list, which is my. Oops, I just want to see. Give me a moment. It usually takes. I'm going to heart this one, PBYI. I want to heart it. Okay, I'm going to see if when it shows up. It usually takes about 30 seconds to a minute. It's not instant. And let's just see if PBYI shows up first of all, and then I'll unheart it. I went through this exercise before with somebody, I think last week or the week before, and it was working for me, which doesn't help anybody it's not working for. I get that, but what I'll do is I'm going to sort on the symbol there so you can see alphabetical order. Yeah, it can take up to a minute sometimes for these to appear in this. There we go. Okay, so there's PBYI. Okay, there it is. So it did show up. I don't know, maybe it took a minute. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna unheart it. It will not disappear immediately. It might take the same amount of time for. Waiting for that PBYI to disappear. So you're saying it's not overall, you're saying it might happen 2 or 3 times, only 1 or 2% of them? Yeah, I have no answer for that there. So yeah, so it disappeared for me. So it is working for me. I don't know what to say. I that's out of is out of anything I can help with. But if you've sent something to our developers or to support, let's see what they come up with. Okay, so a question was VHS or VHC was a big reversal. Let's see. Well, VHC was appearing on. It appeared somewhere for me because I clicked on it earlier, trying to see where it would have appeared. Oh, now look at it. Holy smokes! Traders are tweeting. They lost. Here we go. Look at they just, as Ori says, these are patent trolls, and they make their living trying to sue Apple left and right for patent infringements. Okay, that's all they do. I don't think they have a business. I honestly don't think they have a business. Well, okay, gapped up on the pre-market. You would have seen that for sure in my pre-market actives. Okay, for sure. And as far as this drop now is concerned, look at MCB. So as far as that drop is concerned, now the problem with the momentum down that I've got is that, these are all, oh, wait a minute. What's this opening 930? So you would not have seen that until at least 219 here. Okay. Now I notice it's not there. It must be some filter that's blocking it from showing up. Okay. Because it has to happen at a new low for the day. So you would have missed that sort of a move unless you create a momentum scanner that is showing you like 5-minute lows or something like that. But the other thing to do is when you see something like this, I would thumbnail it. I would just thumbnail it. And then what you can do as a chart, and then you can, if you thumbnailed it and then start watching it, and then when you see some kind of a break, take a look at the VWAP. Well, the VWAP was way down here at 215, so that would have been way too late. Though it moved from 215 down to 156. The other thing is, do you have shorts available for that, KJ? I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. There are no shorts available for that. Who's your broker? Oh, Trade Zero. Yeah, okay. But so far, the short of the day has been this MCB, but I missed completely. Look at that, $28, 24.62 now. Oh man. So that's what I mean, I wasn't really paying, I mean, I saw the VHC pop and I'm trying to figure out why. There was a reason because I mentioned this one. I did not have it on my list in the pre-market. Okay. And it's possible that, I don't know, maybe the volume wasn't that great or something, but I did see it moving. Maybe when the market opened, but I'm just trying to see what what scan got that. Oh, right here. Okay. So this is where I saw it. Okay, so VHC right at 9:30, so at 2:26. Okay, so when the market opened, VHC, and so what I would have been doing then, maybe if I'd really been paying attention to it, though, if I looked and saw I had no shorts, I would have not paid that much attention to it. But maybe thumbnailed it and see on a break, right down there at 250 or so, maybe. Now, you're absolutely right, though. It's very possible that this would have also appeared in one of the other ones that am I still sharing that one on my homepage? The gap scanner, the multi-strategy one. I don't know if I'm still sharing it. Yeah, so it's very possible that that would have shown up in the gap continuation or reverse. The stock that gaps up and then reverse. It's very possible it would have appeared in that. I just don't have that scan up and running anymore. I just have to make a decision, that I cannot have too many scans up and running. Or otherwise I like to use the phrase, clicking like mad and getting nothing done. But, KJ, if you tweak it, you may get a lot of other ones you don't want to see. So, and probably, you know what? Why don't I just load it? Just for fun, I'll load it and I'll probably find out why. Okay, so here they are, strategies. So gap up and reverse. Let's take a look. Open the window, do a history. Okay, so you're right, it did not show up. Let's take a look why maybe. Okay, so 50 and 30 cents. Oh, sorry, 50 cents and $30. Now, it's very possible that now I have a delay of 15 minutes. You're not going to see anything for 15 minutes. So that's the first. The other one is, did it actually open 50 cents above was its first print 50 cents above yesterday's close? things like that. But it's very possible in the first 15 minutes. So that's that first 15-minute candle. So you would not get an alert in the first 15 minutes. But as I said before, I can create a scan that you'll see everything. You would see that. But you might get 10 or 20 others that don't do this on continuation, and you get inundated with alerts. Sometimes, you just have to say, you know what? There will always be something else to trade. Sure, is it a little frustrating when you think you missed this one, but 20 years ago, yeah, I mean, there were very few instances where you'd get something like this during the day. But you know, great is we can find all instances like this. We might miss this one, but there might be another one. But I want to see, it might be this, the 50 cents above the close. No, it looks like that because it looks like it closed at 170. So the first print is going to be close. So that first print would have to have been 221 and it opened at 225. So I mean it snuck and what is snuck in there. And I think the volume probably would have been okay, but there must be something else. Okay. There's got to be something else that prevented it. Now, the other thing is, I mean, they do look like they do have earnings coming up, such as they're going to be. Sometimes that EPS, sometimes, by putting it, and this is just a bit of a hack. So this prevents this EPS using this EPS filter here. What this prevents is from your seeing ETFs or anything other than stocks. Sometimes it blocks a real stock. But it shouldn't have, I don't think it should have in this particular case, but sometimes it does block a stock from showing up. Especially what I've noticed is stocks like from Israel, but I mean they trade on an American exchange, but for some reason putting this in here seems to block some Israeli stocks. I don't know why. All right, guys, I don't know what else to say about RNA, but I mean that was just awesome on the 16 break. Awesome. And relatively easy. They only had that one little downturn. When I say easy, I mean, you're not seeing giant red candles whipping you out of your position. All right, guys. So wow, this has maybe been the fastest morning I can remember. 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. So what I want to do is make sure it is Steve going to be in our YouTube room. He's already answered me. Already answered me. So he will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, so in about 20 minutes. And again, I think you should go over there and listen to him because, excuse me, he and Michael Noss will be basically hosting the webinar with Brian Shannon, asking questions. I think what will happen is, I know oops, one moment, please. So again, sorry about that. So yeah, so Steve and Michael Noss are going to be Steve Gomez and Michael Noss are going to be hosting the webinar with Brian Shannon. And I know a couple of days ago we had over 1,000 people signed up. I bet you it'll be probably more like by the time the dust settles, 1,200 people. I don't think we're going to have 1,200 people in the webinar itself. A lot of people will sign up and they can't attend the webinar live, but that's okay. Get an email with the recording of it. Okay, so I will put that in again, and this will be the first webinar that I've ever attended from a Trade Ideas webinar. Captain, are you still going into Discord? Are you still going into Discord, Captain K? You still use it? You're the only reason. You're the only reason I keep it open. We got 3 people in there. Oh, it doesn't take me anything to do it. I just don't. But it's again. I don't mind doing it. I just can't really moderate it. I mean, I can, but I don't want. I mean, there's just I'm talking screen space. I'm trying to moderate. A YouTube room in this room. Yeah, no, then I'll do it. I mean, because you are a valuable member of the community. I really appreciate all the stuff you do in the room. So I'll keep it open. It doesn't really, again, it's not that big a deal for me to keep it open. It's just too bad that we can't use it as the trading room though. Well, one of the reasons I keep doing it is just in case we get a miracle and I don't think that hack really works that well. I mean, the problem is, as you know, 50, it can only 50 people can see my screen. And if I somehow, now there is a way to kind of hack it and get more, but I don't think it's seamless. But if they ever up it so that, a no-brainer to say 500, I think we'd go over to a Discord in a flash. It's easier. I find it's better for me because I have more options available. And I know people think that the video, I think the video looks a little bit better. And also I think I even come across a little bit better sound wise in Discord. But anyway, so why I keep doing it is just in case. So I don't want to, I always want to remember how to do it. So that turned out to be a great short for VKTX. I got too wrapped up in other stuff. I did not take it, unfortunately. I'm sure you guys know which ones I took though. And again, I have to be awfully careful. I cannot tell people to take a trade. All I can do is point out an opportunity, what I'm seeing. And if it meets your trading plan, like the RNA, if that made sense to you, what I was saying, the 16. The other thing that I was interested in is when I read the press release about it, and it's a partial clinical hold, and the company was very, let me just see if it can say. Yeah, I mean, obviously they came out and defended themselves, but it was something else that caught my eye when I read, and they were saying, it's very upsetting, of course, that what happened, but they thought it was a real outlier, which is what, they're going to say, I guess. But so the longer it kept holding over 16 and through the VWAP. I mean, all about the VWAP. I've turned into a big VWAP player, guys. Another one, guys. I mean, we're seeing some just amazing moves this week. Look at NAAS, another one that another China stock, business and secretarial schools. Except, okay, now there is a. I've got to point that out to Brad. Hey guys. Okay, thank you for that, Patrick, on that hearting issue. And who knows, it might be happening to me too. As you said, it's not every stock. So believe it or not, this still has room. NAAS still has some room. 1095 is the next high looking left. Boy, Paul, what are you looking at? Another crappy market day. I don't know what you're looking at then. You obviously don't listen to me. I would have thought RNA would be one that you would be kind of all over. Big gap down. You're sort of one of these bottom fishing types. Man, again, missed out on the PYXS. I am right. I knew I was, well, I shouldn't say I knew I was right. See, it drives me crazy about Interactive Brokers sometimes. These headlines disappear and then they show up. This is Pfizer backed Pyxis Oncology. Okay. I thought it had something to do with this one, but when I was looking for the headline, it wasn't there. Now it's here. So there, William, so there is your headline for not today. That was on the 28th. Okay, I mean, obviously, this probably hit maybe even earlier. I mean, that might be just a rehashing of the press release. Okay, but because unless there was, people getting in on it, wink, wink, knew that I have a feeling it started right here on this day. Oh, that's right. Well, that is the 28th. Okay. Phew. Okay, guys, I am going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve for approximately 1 hour. Okay, so there is the YouTube link, guys. It's 11:53, so Steve will be showing up probably about 5 minutes from now. He may not be able to last a whole hour because I think, he's got the preparation for the webinar and usually has meetings right at 1, so I usually relieve him a little bit earlier. But nonetheless, Denver, I would agree with you, obviously, to a certain extent. You just don't want to be jumping around those so many different types of setups, but I completely, I agree. Maybe have maybe two or three max and really, specialize in them. And here's a great example of why news does matter sometimes. Why even go through the upgrades and downgrades in the pre-market? I never would have known this. The FLNC, never. It had popped up a little bit in the pre-market, but not that much. I usually concentrate on the ones that are up, 50, 60, more than 10%. And this one was not. When I say concentrate, I check to see what's happening because it's a long list of stocks that are up in the pre-market. But the only reason I knew about FLNC was when we do our upgrades, when I do my upgrades and downgrades. And what did I say? I said, hey, here's an upgrade for FLNC by Goldman. And let's take a look to see what's happening. And this is before the market opened. And I noticed it was up, I think, 3%, decent volume. Said, okay, well, obviously, and with a price target of 29, not, there's no way. It may get to 29 someday. Doesn't matter. It's just that Goldman has, obviously it has some weight. Whether you like Goldman or not, it doesn't really matter. So sometimes it does pay to know why something is moving. Oh, boy. Luis, you deserve a gold star. Where are you, Luis? Come on, put your hand up if you're still in either room. Usually, I know you're in the YouTube room a lot. I noticed you were in our main room earlier. Where is Luis? And why I'm saying that is that, he said, "Hey guys, watch PYXS on a 5 break." And I had my alert set here. It broke it, but I got distracted. I may bring back my gap continuation or reverse, especially now that I'm starting to look at the VWAP a lot more. Because a lot of these, if it gaps up and reverses, then it gets down through the VWAP and some of the anchors I'm going to put. So I may start to look at this a lot more. I used to look at it all the time. I just don't want to, but I may have to delete something. I do not want to have so many windows. So there's KSS, gap up and reverse. And where's the VWAP? 2354. So when I see something like that and it's gapping up and it's reversing, I should just put an alert around the, well, of course, if I can find a way to, a good place to anchor it. Steve!
Hey, that was
All right, Steve, just give me a moment. And I forgot to put my announcement in. Okay, so Steve is in our YouTube room now, guys. I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm on a break.
trying to share my screen here.
Back
Hold on.
around. I know I'll relieve you earlier. I know you probably have to leave before 1, so I will relieve you earlier. Back around 1 p.m. ET, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, yeah, my StreamYard is frozen up here. It's kind of weird. I can't get my desktop to show.
Oh, okay. Just
Let me
give me a moment.
let me reboot or it's not responding. Give me a second. Never had that happen before.
I've got to shut off my music too, so I can hear you better.
Okay.
What a day, Steve! What a day! I know you don't trade intraday, but why? My goodness.
What were some of your good ones?
Well, probably one of the better ones. I missed some. I missed some because I was just doing so much. But look at RNA. Okay.
Still waiting for my browser to. Okay, yeah, I see RNA.
So I had the big gap down. Had some bad news, partial hold, clinical hold, et cetera, but they were, they came out relatively upbeat saying, you know what, we think it's an outlier, one person, et cetera. So I was saying, watch this one on a 16 break. Look at the VWAP, Steve. Now I did not put an anchor on this one, but look at the VWAP at 1592. And so I said, you know what, keep an eye on this one just over 16. And what a nice, pretty steady run from 16 to 1750, pulling back now. But that one was probably, the best one. The other one that I did, and I know, we're talking about not paying that much attention to news, but look at FLNC. And FLNC, one of the things I do in the pre-market is I take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. And I noticed that Goldman had upgraded FLNC with a price target of 29. So I said, well, guys, we got to watch it. Okay. We got to watch it. But look again at, I think the VWAP. No, the VWAP has changed now. But anyway, those are a couple. So just been but the one I missed, the PYXS. Look at PYXS. If you can bring up that chart. Whoops. I think I lost Steve.
I'm back.
Oh, so maybe you missed everything I was talking about.
Well, you were starting to talk about the VWAP on some of those trades, but the problem was I just I locked up, and so now I can share my screen finally, and
Okay.
I can get set up here. But my Chrome browser just died on me, and
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so I caught some of that, Barry. But nonetheless, it's after 9 o'clock. Glad you had a good morning. Feel free
Well,
to.
it's been exciting. For me, you know
Exciting.
what, Steve? A good morning is not necessarily that I'm in a lot of great trades. A good morning for me is the fact that it's so interesting to talk about a lot of different things, stocks that are doing this and that. That's a good morning for me because, you know the drill, Steve. You run if you've run a trading room before. It can be deadly
Oh yeah.
boring sometimes when nothing
Yes.
is really happening. And so this morning just flew by for me.
Good. I totally get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
I've
We'll
been pumping the
go.
heck out of the webinar.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's going to be a good one.
Oh yeah, I'm very. I said to people, this is the first webinar that I will have, a trade ideas webinar that I will have attended. So
Our developer Tim, who's really behind a lot of the stuff that we did that you're going to see today, he's so excited. He asked if I could get him a signed copy of Brian's book, and he's going to get one. So he's all excited.
well, how
Tim,
come I didn't get a signed copy?
I guess you got to ask. I don't know.
Well, I've already got my book. Shall I send it to him?
Send it
And
back to
he
him and
sends
have
it
him
to
sign it. Yeah, postage paid.
Okay. All
All
right,
right,
Steve, I'll
Barry,
let you
take a
go.
break.
So, okay, thanks.
I'll see you when I see you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, hello. Hello, everyone. Looks like you do have eyes on my desktop. Sounds like you can hear me. That's good. Big day for silver again. I don't know if silver friends are in here today, but they just can't keep this thing down. Silver and gold. Look at the dollar UUP, and it's trying to climb back today, but it's really awful on the daily looking chart. It's almost like a bigger picture, head and shoulders, kind of in the dollar. You know, go shoulder, head, shoulder. This is what I think is going to happen to the dollar. That's just my opinion. And I'm investing accordingly with a lot of silver stocks again. Patrick, there he is. Yep. I don't know what the hell's wrong with Newmont. Both Andy and I are just screaming at this thing. It can't get going. But I told Andy, it's still a long day. You know, I got a pretty good chunk of this, and I'm not getting out. You can see this morning and yesterday it was flirting with my 130 level, and again, that's an area of interest. It tells me I need to watch this level. If that moving average had been violated and price trade below it, that would not have been good. But all systems are go still, as the 5-day moving average has supported Newmont here. Newmont's really needs to play catch up with the rest of them. I mean, there's PSLV again on highs. I'm back to heavily weighted in PSLV. So yeah, I want to first make an announcement. Is there anybody here that was sent here for instruction, you know, for some tutorial, new user? I think there was somebody that might have been looking for some help on creating a scan. I always want to start with them first before I start rambling or taking chart requests or other things. So please don't be shy if you're in here and support, or somebody from the company sent you in here to learn how to do something. That's why we don't talk on the phone. There's really not much to talk about on the phone when it comes to learning this platform and watching the menus and how to configure things. So this is why we do this once a day at 12 Eastern, a different trader every day, to give you guys access to new user access to figure out how to tune this extremely powerful platform the way you want it tuned. Hello, Mike C. Yes, I mean, I don't know how much has been teased, but we have the perfect product coming out as a second step to Brian's book. Brian's book is great. It talks about all types of setups and why AVWAP is important and why people are using it. But it leaves people a lot of times with, okay, now where do I draw the lines and what stocks should I be looking at again? And that's where we're going to pick up the loose ends with trade ideas. We have a new scan that's going to be unveiled today. It's an add-on product in addition to a subscription, and it's basically, you know, a licensing split with Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends. He's going to continue to consult us and Michael on how to build additional scans, but we're going to start off with 4 or 5 basic AVWAP scans directly from the chapters in his book. Brian's going to explain them, and then Michael's going to show how we built real-time scans to find these types of setups. And so it's just the perfect complement, really, to Brian's book. And he didn't even have to be sold on it. He's like, yeah, let's do it. So that's that. That's this afternoon at 4 Eastern. Not going to give up on Newmont, Patrick, that's for sure. But silver, gold, and KWEB are these strong ones this morning. Look at that. China stocks are really moving. Curious. Silver's up 1.9. What's PSLV? PSLV is up 1.6. Oh, interesting. Visually, you can see something here on this PSLV. Look at the line I've drawn of resistance. All right, and this is a major cup and handle. You want to talk about cup and handles? There's your cup and handle in silver. All right. No coincidence that the banks are getting weird and the dollar is getting weird talk about it, that people are starting to take notice again. So notice the relationship relatively to the respective resistance. If I go to SLV, the paper crap product, look at how much distance it still is away from its resistance. So it's almost like PSLV is giving a little bit of a head start nod that this is the correct fund to participate in a gold move or silver move, excuse me. Because there will be a day, you guys, when JP Morgan and Bank of America, they're going to be caught with their pants down short. Way more SLV paper than they should be allowed to. That's my speculation. As always, Iris, yes, the webinar will be recorded. All you have to do is register, and if you miss it, you'll get the follow-up email the next day. All right, again, is anybody in here that needs instruction on creating something? Please don't be shy. Yes, Patrick. We can say that I am diversified. Here's XRP with 4-hour candles. Something is happening in XRP. And you mentioned the SWIFT system being replaced. Well, it's going to be replaced with XRP. So I downloaded my thousands of Ripple tokens that I have. I took them off the Uphold wallet online, and I've got them on my Ledger Nano X now. Much more comfy feeling knowing that they're on a hard cold storage in my safe. And then I turned around and I said, well, it seems like everybody that's long XRP is also long XLM. Same kind of a thing, but it doesn't go through the SWIFT international system. It's more peer-to-peer. So I bought a bunch of this down here at 9.9.095. So I feel like, you know, when you look at everything, as I like to always say, you know, is the chart confirming the story? Well, in this case, the charts, plural, are confirming the story. There's something going on in XRP and XLM. As Patrick said, the SWIFT system's being replaced. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on out there. And then when we go and we take a look at what's been happening in silver and the metals, somebody is positioning themselves into this. And so I think, you know, this might be the early money. We'll see. Make no mistake about it, though, when we get to these levels I've drawn in that blue line, I fully expect an attempt on that blue line and then probably a pretty vicious pullback, maybe back down to the 10 SMA. So, because things just have a hard time going linear in one direction for too long. They need to breathe. They need to pull back. It's just the nature of the dynamics. So, yeah, Patrick, XLM, XRP, silver coins, PSLV, that's how I'm positioning myself for what could be coming. Boy, this AG got me good. I literally got stopped out down here at 553. I'll never forget that. They got me right to the penny. But the hardest thing to do sometimes is to jump in, back in. I didn't jump back in AG, but you know, I'm in Newmont. I'm in CD. Oh, CDE is a wonderful trade. This one's working really well. This is a small US silver miner. Look at that. So tell me there's not some interest right now coming into the metals and XRP. And again, I showed you the dollar UUP is getting a little ugly there on the daily chart, back below all moving averages. Not a healthy sign for the UUP ETF on the dollar. Peter, we've got over 1,300 people registered for the webinar. How many of those attend? I don't know, but it's going to be crazy trying to figure out which questions to answer. I'll basically be looking for like groups of questions. If people ask the same question, we'll go ahead and pose some of those, but we're not going to be able to get to everybody's individual question for sure. Lambo, great question. Do you let the market see your stops or do you put it in manually when your level is hit? It kind of depends. Lambo, Larry, they got me on that UUP, and they got me because Let me just say, I don't use hard stops in the morning. I will use hard stops in the afternoon, because the morning is where a lot of the fishing and the stop hunts happen and a lot of reversals. But in the afternoon, if a stock just continues to bleed down below, I will put a stop in, just because, I'm like, do I want this? I don't know. Do I want it? I don't know. And if I can't get excited about it, then I'll put a stop in and let that take me out. And that's what happened in AG, excuse me. AG got me at 553. Let's take a look at that. The low of the day, 553. You guys got me. Yep. I put my stop in there that day for whatever reason. That was my number. Couldn't take any more, and they bounced it right off my number. Won't be the last time. But yeah, I'm overweight in Newmont, because this thing is kind of scaring me that it won't follow and take off with the others. But at the same time, it's really coiling and creating a lot of potential energy coiled up here. So I don't want to give up on it. I told Andy, if this thing rolls back over and closes near the 5-day and nowhere near highs, I'll probably sell half and lighten up, because I'm pretty heavy into it. I see things like, silver keep going to highs here. Just wondering why Newmont wants to play games. Knox Gold, yeah. Come on, Newmont, take a look around. Hopefully there's nothing going on there in the boardroom that's keeping the insiders from, I don't know. It just bothers me when I see things that don't perform the way you expect them to, when the rest of the sector is doing the same. Don't want to miss anything here. Luis, what is your technique to take one trade long position and short? Well, there's many different ways to make an entry, but I prefer, let's just use this Newmont as an example. I am, excuse me, I am an anticipatory trader. Rather than waiting for that blue line to trigger right there and say, hey, this thing's breaking out, I just feel like I've been around long enough and I can see this type of coiling and this type of ascending wedge is just begging to break out. And so I'll take an anticipatory trade on there. But then once I'm in the trade, if you missed me earlier, I use this, I use 2 moving averages in the 15-minute time frame. I use the 5-day, which is this blue line here, and it's 130 candles. So 5 days average is perfect. 130 candles gives you a smoothed out 5-day average. And I use the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart as well. So a 10 and a 130. And the 10 tells me that stocks are in momentum. What did we look at a second ago? What was it? EQX? I think that was holding on to momentum there. Oh, it was another one. What was it? CDE. Yep. So CDE, using this 10 SMA on my 15, this is what I call the momentum line. So I'm in this from way down here, and I'm probably not going to take too much off the table. I kind of feel like this is a longer term play. But to your question, if I was thinking right now, okay, I probably should be, but I'm going to be a greedy pig. I've had a good 3-4 days run. I really should be taking some profits here. What I will do is I will look at this moving average and I will say the very first 15-minute candle that closes, not trades, but closes below that moving average, that's going to signal to me the short-term momentum is dying. And I would be probably wise to take half off the table. I might do it. I don't know. But in terms of entries, I'll do the same thing. If something is early in a move and it popped up out of the entry and pulled back to the 15-minute fast line here, I can sometimes use that as an entry as well. Same thing with the daily charts. Like ASO failed, but we were trying to really hang on here. Okay. This was the trade of the week. We were trying to hang on to the 10-day simple moving average. Just like we're looking at Newmont there, this could have gone either way. And with 30% short, I kind of thought we might have a good trade of the week, but nonetheless, the chaos is ensuing. And what happened was this very first closing candle right here, 2 days now, we're trading back below that moving average. So to answer the question, I like to lean on moving averages. Ideally, do it as it pulls back and touches the moving average. So if you're entering trades on pullbacks as a contrarian and using the daily chart as kind of your foundational anchor point to take your entry, instead of waiting for the blue line to trigger and chasing those green candles, your entries are going to give you so much more staying power in the long run and much less emotional turmoil. So, those are what I look for. On the short side, Luis, I will never ever chase a new low to the short. I'm constantly watching for a couple 2 or 3 days bounce into a moving average on a daily chart and then fade that 2 or 3 day bounce. If you're going to chase entries, you're probably not going to last long in this market because it just has a funny way of suckering people in and then shaking them out. All right, questions. Now let's go back to that AGQ cannot be stopped. That's the silver ETF turbo. I don't know what you can look at any chart you want for VWAP 15 minutes. I mean, if I take like one of these charts, definitely want to tune in today. So like on a 15-minute chart, you could take a VWAP right here of that low going back a few days ago and just know that that purple line, as long as the price is above that purple line, everybody that, bought down here or close to it is still feeling comfy because they're in the money. But the VWAP, anchored VWAP, is a line in the sand for the collective emotions. And that's where we really try and find angles and edges using the collective emotions, because that's really what we're trading out there. The emotions of the public. All right, looks like we're caught up there. Again, if anybody was sent here by another support staff to learn something, that's why we're here. There's the CDE example. I mean, just so strong. So strong. I might yeah, I might do this. I might just set an alert right there and I'll maybe sell 1/3. I got to ring the bell on a little bit of this because again, I've been in since down here. It's a pretty good move. And so it's very, very likely that this could roll over right there. If that's the case, I'll take that and move that out of there. Yeah, the 2000 level for gold, that's the big one. Beautiful example there of my 10 SMA telling me momentum might still be intact here. But again, I'm prepared to sell 1/3 and pay myself a little bit right here. If we roll back over and close below that blue line, I'll punch out a 1/3. DLD is probably in the same basket or the same problem that SLV is, and that it's a gold, that it's a paper product that supposedly represents gold. Well, much like PSLV is the only trusting fund that I have for silver versus SLV, you have PHYS, which is the Sprott, same physical fund, but this is their gold fund. So PSLV for silver and PHYS for gold. The reason it's important is this fund you can invest in is audited, and they can guarantee they have the actual metal in the vault, whereas SLV and GLD cannot do that. So again, a really nice looking daily chart. Look at how the 10 SMA guides the daily momentum, much like the 10 SMA guides the intraday momentum. 10 SMA guides the daily momentum. That's as simple as I keep it. That's always how I've used it. I try not to get too many complicated things. Does your 10-day moving average compute pre and post market? It can if I want it to, Candlestick. If all I'd have to do is just enable the pre-market and post-market, then it would calculate. But my preference is to not use pre-market and post-market calculations in my data. I just feel like the algos don't. And I see more correlation when I have a clean line with no pre-market and post-market. So again, kind of just a trading workflow here. I'm using a price alert. I right-click, create price alert, just to let me know if the price rolls over and triggers that. I'm going to have to watch that. And if the candle closes below this rising moving average, I'm going to take profit on 1/3. Because more than likely, I'm going to have a date back with these moving averages again if I don't. It's been a pretty good run. But at the same time, I don't want to give up too much of it because I feel like something could be going on here. All right, Patrick. Oh, yeah, CEF. I never looked at that one. Combination. Okay, so that's a good one. That's beautiful. Look at that. Talk about a nice looking chart. I don't see any other charts that look like this, sector-wise. Beautiful. Look at how it held that 200-day moving average, and now it's just right back in clean skies again. Matter of fact, it's taken out resistance a little bit. It's a good call there. You got to love the Sprott family of products there. They're on the up and up. They're on the straight and narrow. I really want to see JP Morgan and Bank of America hammered for what they've done on their silver trading desks. Actually, 2 of the JP Morgan guys actually have to do some jail time now for spoofing the price of gold using paper. Yeah, good job, Patrick. Sorry, I'm just reading something internally here regarding the webinar. We're all set to go this afternoon. We got the product ready to launch. I wonder if it's in there. Let's see. Channel bar. Ta-da! Look at that. That's beautiful. Close that. Try a docked channel bar. Ta-da! That is what the product is going to look like. I think. Actually, no, they're probably still doing some work on that. It doesn't look right yet. All right. The webinar is at 4 p.m. Eastern. There's a link for you. Candlestick. Webinar will be recorded. As long as you sign up, you'll get a copy of the replay in an email tomorrow. I'm just doing some last minute stuff there. I mean, you know, Michael Noss came up with this concept after seeing Brian's book and understanding the power of our Market Explorer and the things he can do. And it was a no-brainer. I'm surprised I didn't think of it, but he did. And once he said it, my light bulb went off. And what I'm getting at is that was a month ago. So from concept to product to shopping cart to a third-party involvement, I mean, 30 days is pretty darn fast to move. And it was pretty cool to watch a lot of the departments here come together on it: developers, marketing, business development, putting it all together. It's a pretty fast timeline to get something launched, but all the pieces were there. I've known Brian for 14 years, so I leveraged my relationship with him, and Michael's a genius on the Market Explorer and his math abilities. So it just seemed like a great next step. All right, bottom of the hour. Anybody want to take us in a direction we need to go? I just see silver ETF just keeps ripping here. There's something going on out there. Something going on out there. This is XLM. What's XRP's not doing much. But silver, boy, oh boy, can't stop it. Come on, Newmont, get with the game. So this is kind of a tease of what the product will look like. The AVWAP pinch, as you can see, it's been programmed into the Market Explorer here. And you can go through and find symbols that are trading in between. Now see, there's the low right there. There's the anchored VWAP automatically drawn from the low, and the anchored VWAP automatically drawn from the high. And that gives us kind of a channel or a pinch in which the price action is going to work through. And ideally, a breakout above, there you go. Just the moment I said it, this is the kind of stuff you want to look for. IoT, the moment it broke out above, it has reclaimed the anchored VWAP up here. So the bulls are definitely in charge there. So the point being is that this is not going to be a window that just says buy everything you see in here. No, it means come through here and say, that's an interesting pinch. If I'd have noticed that a little earlier, we could have drawn just like a little alert, just like I'm doing in my other one to protect profits. So it's still, a workflow of finding things that'll look interesting, but then setting an alert to let you know. Otherwise, if you just buy this chart here in between, you're hoping that the price is going to break out. So in these cases of anchored VWAP, you really do want to wait for confirmation, because if you just buy it as it slams into there, you can see that one wick on that particular day got rejected and right back down. And where did it find support? It found support at the bottom of the AVWAP pinch. So the real genius here is, Brian's book is great, but then where do you go from there? Where do you draw the lines? What stocks do I look at? How do I find, ideas? And that's where the Trade Ideas channel add-on is going to come into play and really help people take that to the next level. Yeah, I like to be early in trades. Any advice on being early when a sector changes tides? It's not available yet, Iris. It's going to be a new subscription. So it's going to have to be, for people, all you guys, I know you have basic Trade Ideas subscriptions, but it's going to be an add-on, a monthly add-on. I like to be early in trades too. Any advice on being early when a sector changes? When I'm early or trying to be early, comes down to size. So 1/3, 1/2, get your foot in the water, feel the current, get it on the radar, top of mind. And then I'm watching, obviously, the sector, the ETF sector, and I'm watching the peers in that sector. And if they all start to run, then I'll grab the second half. And so the first half is kind of just to put it on your radar. and then wait for that second half to pounce, that's when you get the confirmation that you can double up and go for full size. Let's check in on my CDE. Do I need to worry about taking profits? Not yet. It's still there. I'm going to raise this up a little bit, actually, just to let me know if something happens. We just started a new candle here on the 15, so we got 13 minutes to go. Give me 60 seconds, guys. I'm going to refresh my coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Everything's still intact. All right, guys, we're all caught up here on what you guys want to talk about. Just let me know. There was a user I thought that was going to come in here today that needed some help, but I guess they didn't make it. All right. What's the market doing? So when we use the method here of the momentum dying, there's the first candle that closed below, and look at that, 1, 2 more candles subsequent, just bleeding. So this is really the mentality I'm using in that CDE trade. I'm trying to maximize the best that I can, and if it does break that momentum that we've enjoyed here for the last couple days, I will pay myself 1/3. But boy, the longer it holds up, the harder it is for the sellers to break that thing. Oh, the crypto scanner is it's coming along, but there's no timetable yet. We're working with a third-party group, Alpaca, that I believe we're going to kind of plug into their interface and use their connections. So it's going to be more of a joint venture. How do I know when a stock is a good shorting opportunity? Well, start with the sector view. I mean, if you know, okay, banks. Are banks a good buy right now? The regional banks? No, probably not. The chart does confirm my thesis right there. Look at that. It puked sideways, sideways. Now we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. So I would say, do I want to jump in right here and short KRE? Probably not. Why? Because I'm chasing it. It's called shorting in the hole. All right. You've missed out on all of this. And the market is noisy enough to where it will try and break some support and then bounce you right back out. So your biggest concern of being a short seller is not chasing this candle here. Now, if the stock bounced up to 44 and got caught up in that moving average right there, maybe that's where you take a short position. What I'm trying to say is never chase a short position entry that's a new low. I shouldn't say never because there's probably going to be times to do that, but in the long run, the way the market's been, chasing new lows to the short side, you're just asking to get bounced right back up into the range, and it's painful because you're hardly in the money at all for very long, and before you know it, your back is against the wall. So when shorting, I try to be contrarian. Like if I came in today saying, these banks are done, and they gapped up here, there's nothing wrong with go ahead and sell the opening gap up and see if you can get some of that. But that ship has sailed. So you don't want to be the one chasing it late. You want to wait for the breath bounce, and then you can pounce on that bounce, and that's when you want to go short. It's the same concept of buying pullbacks in a stock. Sorry, mellow, same thing, just inverted, upside down, mirror image. The better the entry you have, the more staying power you will have in the trade. And what I just described is a horrible entry, which means you have no staying power. Now, you're like in the money for 10 seconds and then boom, you're fighting it for the rest of the couple hours. That's no fun. It's much more fun to be a contrary and short the bounce that they're all bouncing into and saying, this is a level that looks like sellers might join me here. Take that, maybe take a half. And then you get the next candle, starts to roll over and confirm, then jump on full size. You don't have to jump into a full position every time. You can leg into it and leg out of it, like I'm doing in CDE. Speaking of legging out of 1/3, do I need to worry about this trade? No, it doesn't appear so. It appears that it's going to hold my moving average yet again and maybe try and push higher. And so this is that age-old thing. Let your profits run, right? And cut your losers quick. Well, how do you let profits run? It's hard sometimes. I could have easily gotten out of the CDE at 350. Then I'd be pulling it up and just like quietly kicking myself for not trailing half or keeping or staying in some of it. That's why I want to leg in and leg out. You're never going to be perfect 100% in and 100% out. This $4 level could be very interesting. I mean, what if CDE comes up here and just blows through this $4 level again? Anybody that was short this thing is in extreme pain. As we can see, gold and silver and gold miners, they're the ones leading the way here on the sectors. Well, if the AVWAP is there and it's available now, I can't say what's going to happen tomorrow because again, this is a profit split with Brian. It's not like he was just gracious enough to let us do it. He's involved in it as well, so it's partly his product as well. But let's just say, for instance, that you're a premium user, and maybe you're just not feeling like you're getting the full use of the premium. You can downshift to standard and cut your costs and then pop into that AVWAP add-on, and you're still paying less than you were on a premium, but you're getting the AVWAP channel as your kicker. Gold futures making it. Yep, 2001. So the gold futures are what really everything. Oh, they're really taking off, aren't they? Yeah. Something's happening here. And it's also the end of the quarter today, too. Interesting. But yeah, that'll be the real benchmark. See if the closing prices can stay above 2,000 on the futures. Correct. And there goes the silver ETF again. I don't see how my CDE could pull back in the face of the sector running to highs, but still, it's been a pretty good run. I also can't figure out why Newmont won't join the damn party. There we go, Newmont. Now you're starting to play games. Play the game, I should say. That might call for a Cali burrito, Patrick. Oh. If it stops raining. For how long have I been trading? Well, I was in property management back in the 90s, and I started trading on the side with a $5,000 futures account out of Chicago using delayed data. I had no idea what I was doing, but I made money, and I kind of got interested and started reading books. That was back in 95. Got out of the property management business and had a nest egg and a nut. And that's where I met Andy. That's where I met Brad. I didn't meet Brad there. That's where I met Andy and Dan. Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas at the time, was training people in 1998 to trade on the SOS system and Island and ARCA and all the ECNs. It was a very exciting time. You could go to an office with a bunch of traders and a bunch of monitors and a T3 line and just get great fills and quick execution. And then, people were able to trade at home a lot easier after that. So the main office that people would drive to kind of became a thing of the past. But I mean, since 95, really, I've been studying this stuff. So we're talking over 25 years. Was I ever a prop trader? Briefly, but I can't remember why or what happened. I bounced around from accounts, but that was a long, long time ago. I was trading somebody else's money probably 15 years ago. Andy and I traded an account called Ditto Trade, which was a crazy concept that allowed people to open up a brokerage account with the Ditto brokerage and attach their money to what Andy and I were doing and executing. So if we executed 1,000 shares and that was 10% of our account, and 10% of your account would have gone into that same trade, and we all participated in the same trade. It was pretty cool, but it just never caught on, and I think they ran into some regulatory issues. Any tips for a newbie in the market? Just be patient. Simulate trade, simulate. I mean, if you're on the Trade Ideas platform, you should be using the simulator, Brokerage Plus, Trade Ideas, simulated trading. Excuse me. And you can start to buy and sell and learn inexpensively, literally cheaply, except for the money you're paying, to Trade Ideas to get real-time data and practice. The last thing you want to do, and I saw a lot of people do this when I was in that business in 98, you see people show up to this office and they've got egos the size of the moon, and they come in and, I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, I've done this before, I've built businesses, and they come in and they just drop so much money on the front end because they think it's easier than it is. And that's my advice to you, is to make your mistakes cheap and recognize it's going to take months, not days or weeks, to really kind of figure out what's going on. And your job is to figure out what time frame works best for you. Are you a scalper? Are you a momentum trader? Are you a day trader? Are you a swing trader? Are you an options trader? Are you a short seller only? Are you a long-term investor? You got to decide what works best for you. For me, swing trading works because I've got 20 tabs open here of 20 different things I've got to do each day and keep an eye on and support. And I don't have the time to watch tick by tick and jump in, jump out with hotkeys. I just use my levels. I use my price alerts. Here's Newmont trying to go to high. Like I said, I'll use my price alert and CDE to warn me if it's breaking down. It's still holding that line. And we just drew a new candle. So it's still intact. Well, of course, we recommend the book, you know, the Anchored VWAP book from Brian Shannon, which we're going to talk about a lot this afternoon. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas is a great psychology book, Trading in the Zone, because the psychology part is the part you have to master. You'll see when you start paper trading, you can be pretty darn good, and then the minute it becomes real money, it changes the way you're thinking, and that's what you have to work through. Well, personality style, I mean, I don't like being manic. I don't like being fast. I like slowing things down. So that's my personality style. And I also have other things to attend to. So there's no way I could be a full-time momentum day trader. It just, it has to, I would start by saying, do you have another job that requires many hours a day of your focus outside of the market? Well, if that's the case, then yeah, you should probably be a swing trader and just keep these charts up and minimize and watch and peek and check in throughout the day and manage your trades. I like to manage my risk at the end of the day. Like Andy said to me, he's like, this Newmont won't go. I'm going to cut it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to cut it. I'm going to wait till the end of the day and let it tell me what it wants to do. If we get to the end of the day and this thing goes through highs, it's going to have one heck of a bottoming tail coming out of this range contraction. That's going to be a nice looking candle. So the point is, usually when I wig out and just say, get me out, I'm done in the middle of the day, that's usually a regret that I have. So I want to wait until the end of the day to see what the closing candles are actually going to look like as people come home and do their homework tonight. And right now, Newmont is behaving. Couple ticks away from a new high. That's a really good sign. Where are the futures? The futures are still barely above 2,000 in gold. Anyway, let's see here. Bill, VWAP book is excellent as well as his previous book. Yeah, I've taken things from both of his books. Matter of fact, I'll just let the cat out of the bag here. Brian he goes on vacation sometimes, but he still runs his service. He watches the market and he uploads his morning video and his afternoon closing video, and he has a watch list, and people subscribe to his service. Well, he wants to take a vacation in May and to London, and then he wants to go to Italy in June. And he wants to have a real vacation this time. So he asked me to take over Alpha Trends for him. So I'm going to take over the keys to the Alpha Trends website for 2 different weeks, and I'm going to be the one uploading videos. And of course, he and I have a lot of overlap, Bill. He taught me the 5-day moving average, that blue line you see there, the 130, that was in his first book. And then we're working through, some of the new VWAP concepts, anchored VWAP concepts. So yeah, both of his books are great. He's a friend, and obviously he trusts me because he's turning over his service to me for a couple of weeks, and that'll be fun. We have a lot of overlap in our styles. All right, looks like Newmont wants to go to highs. That is pleasing. My P&L likes that.
Just let me do it for one day, Steve.
Do what?
Alpha Trends.
Yeah.
Give me one day.
Well, trust me,
subscribers.
We're going to be collaborating. I'll be collaborating with you guys for some help, for some ideas for the watch list.
Yeah,
when
you won't be
around.
collaborating with me. I know that. That's okay.
Yeah. Funny. All right, Barry. Well,
yeah,
I got a long day with this webinar too, so I'm going to take another break, and I'll see you guys when you tune in. All right.
I just took over the stream.
Bye.
Thanks, Steve. All right, guys, I am now back in the rooms. Just give me a moment while I get my music up and going. Yeah, Mello, I mean, I don't think there's any, you're asking him how long does he hold his swing trades. I think what he'll say, he'll hold them as long as they're working the way he wants them to work, and it probably hasn't crossed some moving average that he doesn't like to see. Usually it's the 10-day, the 10 SMA in a 15-minute chart, something like that, or maybe on a daily chart. But I don't think he would say, well, I'm only going to hold swing trades for 1 week or 2 weeks. If they're still working, why get out? And so I'm pretty sure he would answer it. All right, guys. So I mentioned that I am short SPWR. It's a bit of a test for me on this one. This showed up on the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, I think I'm going to use this one. Okay, and so it hasn't moved really. I'm in at 1343 on the short SPWR, but hasn't moved yet. In fact, it's just putting me to sleep right now, SPWR. So this is one of those. Well, I look at man, oh man, oh man. I wish I had shorts available for GME on a 22 break. There's short, no, still no shorts at Interactive Brokers. And they had so many over this past week, or for the first 3 days anyway this week. And again, so if you've got shorts available for GME, I mean, just I would put a price alert at 22. Doesn't mean you take the trade at 22, but watch to see what it does at 22. And because I mean, hopefully you can see what an important level that is. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 days right around that level that it tried to get through, and then look underneath. I mean, the next low is 1712. So meanwhile, RNA guys really. And it's funny, this showed up on the gap down and reversal scanner, the gap down and reversal scanner earlier than it is now. So I think I'm gonna resurrect this. I am sharing this. I mean, I'm sharing it from my homepage. I just haven't had it up and running for a few months, but I think I'll take a look at it and see what sort of alerts I'm getting. What is the history behind it? Well, what got it running was a news regarding Pfizer, PFE. And that was on the 28th. Something to do with Pfizer, and that was on the 28th. Yeah, so there's your reaction right there, and it is okay, guys. I took myself out of the SPWR short, so a little loss on it. Here's your news, Kiri. Okay, there's your news. That was on the 28th. Towards the end of the day, okay, Pfizer backed. Now it may have. I'm pretty sure it probably hit the news wires maybe during the day sometime because there's the first reaction right there on the 27th, and now ever since then. Yeah, I don't know if it's done. I'm looking at it right here on that. We saw this one yesterday. AQN. We saw it yesterday, and I remember these days, these weeks, days that it just got absolutely slammed down. I think it was showing up in my. Pretty sure it was showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. AQN a couple of days in a row. I think I was able to take advantage of it one day. But now, I mean, the next high looking left, I mean, it may be over, but 925. I mean, it still has some room, some room. But yes, I mean, for the time being, it could be done. Mello, don't understand that question. Maybe it was a misprint. News are linked to bending. Our news is, I mean, like we're not saying that this is. It's not like one of the paid services where you're in theory getting up to date breaking news. Okay, I like it because I can go back in time, you know, and kind of see what happened. And it's okay in the pre-market. Usually, I mean, if it's an earnings play or some news, you'll see it here. Otherwise, I use my Interactive Brokers headline news. No, it's not. It's not linked to Benzinga at all. It's more of a, and I've said this before, and I keep hearing. In fact, we'll have our marketing meeting today. We are definitely changing our news service. Now, it's not going to be, but it's not going to be like the 100 or 150 month that you pay for some of these news services. It's not going to be like that, but it's going to be better because right now it's just scrubbing Google, and so you get some kind of odd things mixed in, and that should go away. But if you have Interactive Brokers, Mello, I mean, Interactive Brokers headline news, I think is for part of your subscription or part of the brokerage platform. I think it's awesome, and they do get a lot of things from Benzinga. I'm not saying it's, again, their so-called breaking news service, but certainly a lot of stuff. I definitely like the IB headline news, but they don't get it just from Benzinga. They got the Dow Jones. They've got many news sources. Am I short bias? I wouldn't say I'm short bias. No, I mean I'm just I'll a lot of the things we see though. Of course, I mean no, I'm not short biased. No, I mean I short. Yes, I don't know if I short more than I go long. I really don't know. I don't really keep track, but the RNA presented that opportunity on that 16 break, and the VWAP getting well. The VWAP was underneath it. It was around 1588 when we first saw it. I mean, am I short bias when I get these ones here? Yeah, but just because I get them in here, my 10-day daily breakdown, doesn't mean I just pile into the short. I'm definitely long bias when I get these ones on the 10-day daily breakout. Plus, it depends on the day. I mean, on a day in which now you see, look what's happening with the market. So the market had a nice open, but it's been drifting down ever since the open. So you would think that short opportunities are going to be a little bit better. It really depends on what the market's doing too. I have a 5-minute chart on my other monitor, Mello. one of my other two monitors. I've got three monitors. So I have a 5 minute chart on my other monitor, but I really concentrate mainly on the 15. But again, you're asking these questions, and as I think you asked the question, well, how do I identify my personality? Not to me, but I mean yourself. What sort of a trader? And it only comes with, he said, practice trading. I didn't know that I wanted to be what I guess is classified as a momentum trader when I first started out. I had no idea. But after, seeing lots of different charts and lots of different ways of looking at things, I kind of like the idea of seeing stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day, depending on which direction I wanted to go. And if there was room looking left that a stock could keep running to, that's kind of what my mindset became. Doesn't mean I won't do anything else, but that's what I really concentrate on. And that's why he said practice trading. You want to practice momentum trading? Well, practice it. See how you like it. Momentum trading, though, I think people have maybe it's misunderstood. It doesn't mean that you take a stock just because it's at the high of the day. It's made 10 5 minute candles up and it's running, 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 and it's at the high of the day. No, no, no. But what if a stock pulls back just a little bit and then it pops through the high of the day and it's got room looking left? That for me is like a momentum trade. It doesn't mean I'm chasing a stock higher. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Am I a full-time trader? Yes. Well, I'm here every day, so well, Monday to Friday. Whoa, this was a gap up and reverse. RNXT. Yikes. A little too late for me right now. Plus, coming into the 200-day moving average. So, I've watched this one maybe for a potential bounce. Had a nice day, nice 3 days, big day yesterday. I guess this was an earnings play yesterday, but now you're just getting thumped today, RNXT. But, there's the 200-day. Will that hold it? Not that far away. How long did it take for me to get consistent and profitable? I was doing okay up until 2010, and then 2010 though was an important year for me because that's when I discovered Trade Ideas just as a customer, and that really changed things for me because I was sort of scrambling trying to find the opportunities. I was using a program, but nothing like Trade Ideas. So once I had Trade Ideas, and then I tried to figure out, or realize that to use Trade Ideas does not mean having 40 alert windows open and 30 top list windows open so you can see absolutely everything. It took me a while to sort of become unstubborn myself, seriously, because it's hard sometimes. You've got all these different alerts, and well, I can't miss that one. Look what it did yesterday. What a great setup. So, you just don't, it's hard to give up on things. And that's what I had. That's once I learned to do that, that is probably when I became more profitable because I was able to focus just on a few things. And that's why I was saying I'm bringing back my gap continuation or reverse, but I've got rid of something, you know. But here's the other thing, guys. Depends on why you're trading. I mean, if you're trading because you're looking for, to maybe bump up your income if you're doing other things, you've got another job, and you're not, so this is not a full-time thing, that's fine. If you're trading though, because you must make money every single month to pay the mortgage, pay your bills, pay whatever, and you're only starting off with, like a 10,000 or $15,000 account, it's going to be awfully hard. One things that I don't want to call him a mentor, but he said, not to me, but just in general, if you have to make money in the market, have to make money in the market to pay bills, it's a tough nut. Well, guys, it's FLNC. The next high looking left is 1930. So, I mean, this is again one reason. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, but the one reason I like to go over the upgrades and downgrades in the pre-market every now and then, even if it was just once a week or once every 2 weeks, you can unearth maybe a bit of a nugget. And this was it, FLNC, with the upgrade from Goldman and putting a $29 price target on it. Is it going to 29? I don't know, but that gave us a nice, nice trade here. Meanwhile, the unstoppable PYXS. Hopefully, you're not in this anymore, William. I hope you got out of it. Eee. Well, hopefully you're sized accordingly. It looks like it's going to get halted. Yeah, just got halted. Just got halted. PYXS just got halted. You can tell something is going to get halted when something like this, which is moving so quickly, and all of a sudden it just stops. It doesn't have to be moving higher, but it's not even moving down. You can almost guarantee that the halt is coming. Well, for William's sake, now, I don't know if this is going to last, but 622 is the projected open, but I don't know. This is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue window that you see. Well, it's interesting. It's certainly not popping above that 692. The first halt for today? Yeah, it's the first halt also. Well, I know there must be some people along it, so I mean, I hate to cheer against them, but you know, this is going to help William out if it opens in this area. So let's see, a 5 minute halt. If it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 1:16 plus 37 seconds. So we have another 3.5 minutes. Yeah, and usually Mitchell is saying in our YouTube room, got out just before the halt. Usually the first halt is not bad. First halt of a stock is not bad. You know, in our experiences of watching halts and resumes over the last, I don't know, I think 3 years since we've had this, when we had this scan, if you will, we've noticed that the first halt usually is pretty good, meaning that, you know, it pops above the halt price. The second one could be not bad. That's usually the third halt that is just the, even if it's halted on the way up, it's usually the third halted. Okay, you know, lots of profit taking coming in. It's not scientific, but that's kind of what we noticed after seeing so many of them. But that's a pretty, yeah, but look what's happening. You see what's happening? It's starting to inch its way up now. Like, I don't know. I mean, we don't know. It's not nothing scientific about this, but you know, it is now inching its way up. Yeah, and it's not all the time. Of course, Brock Christian, it's not all the time that the first halt is great and then, you know, it pops above the halt price. Now, the only way I play halts, if somehow, and it could happen, it opens, say, you know, obviously below 692. Not, I don't mean like down here at 623, but let's say it opens at 650, 640, 650, and then it pops right through that again. I may take the trade. And is that not a recommendation for anybody to do the same thing as I'm doing? It's highly, highly, highly risky. Okay, highly risky. All right, let's get PYXS up on the screen. See, unfortunately for William, it's starting to inch its way back up to that 692. There's the halt at 692, 670, and this will open in 6 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. 3, 2, 1, boom. There it is. Okay, so it dropped a little bit. I'm watching, 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 watching. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just waiting to see if it takes out that 692. Yeah, it may not. I think William is breathing a deep sigh of relief. I mean, it must be getting close to where he shorted. I think he added. So escape, William, escape. All right, I think I'm going, well, I do have my alert set around that 7 level just in case it takes it out. Now I should check to see where it could go. Yeah, so 783 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it would still have a little bit of room, but there's an insight in how I look at things. I'm not going to anticipate that it would do that. Take out that high. And so, oh, it's going to, so I'm going to buy it now anyway. No, I will wait. If it doesn't happen, I just move on. So when you're asking about MCB, did it bounce? Not yet, really. Yeah, not at all. I mean, a little bit, but yeah, but I can't really. I'm so ticked off. I don't know how I missed this. $28 on the short. Don't know how I missed it. It's, now, the interesting thing about PYXS is there are a lot of shorts available. Ooh, SPWR. Well, I was short that one earlier. I got taken out for a little loss. And I should always emphasize a little, well, I shouldn't say a little loss. What I should say is my manageable risk, okay? My manageable loss. Doesn't matter what the size of the loss is. It's how you manage your risk. So if you're wrong on a trade, you don't want to blow up your account. And you're gonna be wrong way more usually than you're right. Not way more, but you'll be wrong. That's why you can practice in a simulator, manage your risks, take small losses or manageable losses. Well, FLNC, I mean, it's getting close to that little high there, 1930, and then that high over there, 1940. I mean, if it takes that out, wow, 2112. Maybe Goldman's 29 price target will happen today. I'm kidding, of course, but all right, guys, it's 121. I'm going to do my video now. Oops, forgot about getting rid of the other message. Okay, so I'm going to do my video. I was at 122 and a half, let's say 133, no later than. Okay. All right, guys, I am back. Look at FLNC, guys. I don't know. Wow. I know Goldman is, is picked on, shall we say, but I'm telling you what, I mean, it's not often that Goldman looks at a stock like this and then puts a pretty lofty price target on it. What was the last one? You guys are going to remember. I don't think I know Wedbush has done something like this, but I think Goldman put some kind of a price target on some stock in the last month or so, and it just ripped. Morning, Jake, or afternoon, Jake. So if you were new to Trade Ideas, I hope you went through the getting started, the 10 videos at least. Morning here for me, but I know it's afternoon for a lot of you. And you know, it's interesting because I mean, this is showing up. Oh, let me get rid of my announcement. This is showing up on the Gap Up and Go. And you know, the market is not conducive right now to a Gap Up and Go, really. And yet has news on its own, and that's why it's doing it. It's basically an alpha stock. And that's what we love to find, those alpha stocks that are more or less trading on their own. They don't care what the market's doing. They don't care what their sector is doing. And that's what Trade Ideas is really good at. So again, if you're new, Jake, and you say you're new, I'm sharing a lot of scans, but I don't know what your trading style is. I'm more of a momentum trader, but I am sharing scans. If you go to my home page, so if you go to my home page and click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want my scans, just scroll down until you get to the scan section, click here, and this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. This big race up here that you see, this is this one, large cap gainers. I'm in love with my 10-day heavy breakout and downs, but here are the scans that I've got that you can take a look at if you want. Now, somebody said, no. Give me a moment, guys. I have to talk to somebody within Trade Ideas. Okay. So if you are looking, if you're again pretty new, then you went to my homepage. One of the things you might want to take a look at also. Okay, let me just get rid of that. So you see this trading 101. If you're new to trading, I would really recommend you take a look at this. Okay, I mean it's going to take you some time. You don't have to look at every single video, but I think there are 30 some videos. And Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, what he did was when at the beginning of the pandemic, when his wife, I think his wife is a nurse, and so she was staying at home for a bit. And he said, you know what? I'm going to run, and she's never traded in her life. And he kind of ran through, okay, how would I teach my wife to trade? So he started off with what is a stock and ran it all the way up. Okay. So I think it's a very cool little series that he put together. So it's not third party. You won't be inundated with third party offers. Okay. So if you're new to trading, you don't have to again look at every single video, but I think it's well worth it. And the other thing, again, new to trading, practice trading first. Okay. Hmm. Well, I got knocked out of my SPWR short for a small loss, but looks like it's trying to work now. Practice using our simulator. Okay. Practice trading using our simulator. If you don't know about the simulator, click on new. Now, I'm assuming you were using our downloadable application. Hopefully, you're going to say that. You're not using our web based version, and anybody else who may be listening. Okay. Because then you can click on new and brokerage plus. This window will show up. Let me dump this and it'll say not connected. And you just click on sim, SIM for simulation. That not connected will change to account. Click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Yeah, this is a little bit of a for some for some reason I have to load it again because what happens when you click on an alert? Yeah, the symbol will load. Okay, it just wasn't loading before. So give me one moment. Oops. All right, guys. Next on the hit parade is ANGO. ANGO on the way down here, and this is not quite our lifetime low. And with the market, what it's doing, ANGO, and this is what I'm talking about on the 10-day daily breakdown. There is the alert at 881. It just triggered now because the relative volume is finally probably over 8. Now let's look left, and where is the next low looking left? Well, you have to look. I'm going back to 21. So I'm going to go back about 3 years before we see these lows. I don't know if that's really going to stop it. So this becomes something that I'm definitely interested in on a short. Hey guys, Ango, ANGO. There's the VWAP way up here. However, you stick in an anchored VWAP. See, unfortunately, right now we can't. We can do the anchored VWAP, but it will disappear the minute I leave this chart and then I come back. That has to have. We have to be able to do that later on. Ah, shoot! Look at SPWR now. I had this one short at 1343. Just got knocked out of the position a little bit, so took a small loss on it. Now it's working, but I have to stick to my plan, guys. You know, I had a stop, and I got close to the stop. Well, this angle is not ANGO, just not moving. How much volume? It's not a big float, 37 million. This was an earnings play today. Earnings play today. March 30th pre-market. That's that mauve area, our tan area right here. Okay. All right, I'm in this short, guys. It got a decent fill because it popped up on me a little bit. So 879. See what happens. 879 on the short of ANGO. Not a recommendation to do the same thing I'm doing. It's just and I don't know where if you're asking me for a target, I have no idea because there's really no support. Okay, guys, just gonna watch this. I've got my stop all set, so you might be right, Mitchell. You might be right, but I have a lot of trust in my 10-day daily breakdown. That's CYX, guys. Now this had a big move in the pre-market and it sold off though. Got all the way up to what 390. pulled all the way back down here to 240, starting to move a bit. And this had news. Okay, I don't know if it had any specific news today, but it's an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, the earnings play tomorrow is SCYX. I want to see if it had any news today. Yeah, I don't see any headline on it. I don't see any headline on it for SCYX. So I don't know if it had actual news today or if this is just a reaction. I don't know, people thinking, wow, we're going to have good. I can't imagine these earnings. I mean, it's just a little pharma. I mean, what are people expecting? Wow, look at GME guys getting closer and closer to that 22 break. I'm jealous of anybody who's got shorts available. All right, guys. So in about 13 minutes or so, 2 o'clock, I'll be in a marketing meeting. Yeah, that thing that drives me crazy about Interactive Brokers. Maybe I'll have to find it in our news. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, I mean, I did see that. So on the GSK deal, I do remember seeing this now, but that was also my IB headlines, and it's not there right now. This is what I'm talking about. You see how that headline was definitely earlier today, and sometimes it will appear again. Now maybe if I click on that, but anyway, thank you, Casa, as usual, as usual. So where is the VWAP here? So 283 is the VWAP. So you can see it's trying to hold the VWAP. Okay, and Joe, let's see, how much more have you got? Should take my little scalp out of that. We'll see. Okay, guys, time is it now? 1:50. So in about 10 minutes, I'm in this marketing meeting. Yeah, looking for some excitement. Take a look at BMEA, having a little flurry of volume coming in. Actually, not really that much volume, but yeah, that's the interesting thing. There are a lot of shorts available. 1.37 million at Interactive Brokers for PYXS. I'm surprised. I mean, it's a low float, 19.9 million in the float. With to have that many shorts available, I'm pretty surprised. What is the advantage of looking at the weekly chart? Well, I have a weekly chart up. Okay, this is a perfect example. So if I want to, let's say I wanted to take, I have the daily chart up for PYXS, right? And so if I look left on that daily chart, I can't see anything. Okay, I can't see where it could stall. So that's why I have a weekly chart up, because obviously the weekly chart, higher time frame, and I can start looking left to see where it could stall. Okay, so that's why. If I mean, it's just sort of a backup to the daily chart. Obviously, again, now could I start to, try to scroll and all that, but I don't want to do that. I want to be able to just quickly look and say, if I can't see anything when I look left on my daily, then I just quickly look at the weekly. And I used to actually have a monthly chart up also, but I decided I don't mind doing a little bit of scrolling on the weekly. For instance, if I look left on the weekly and I can't see anything, if everything is, on the weekly chart that I'm looking at, if it's all underneath, like it is on the daily, I'll just scroll a little bit. I don't mind doing that. Hmm. All right, guys, I am just kind of hanging on this ANGO. See if it gets into the low 60s. I'll probably take some out if it gets into the low 60s. Got a little spready on me here, 69.75. It's been a little spready now. I want to see that ask catch up to the bid a bit. All right, here's the VWAP, 1872 for FLNC. Let's see if that VWAP holds it. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put that webinar notice in here. You want to learn more about anchored VWAP and VWAP itself? And if you don't know who Brian Shannon is, you can always Google him. Well respected in the business. And again, if you cannot make it live, don't fret. You know, if you just sign up for the webinar. Yeah, Mello. I mean, I thought you asked that question to Steve, but anyway, yes, if you cannot make the webinar live, don't fret about it, okay? Just sign up for it and you'll be emailed it tomorrow, okay? We realize, I mean, it's at 4 o'clock Eastern time. It may not be conducive, you know, people around the world, or it doesn't have, maybe you got something to do. So anyway, yes, it'll be available, but you've got to sign up for it so you get the email. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement on mute in a meeting. All right, guys, I am now back, and man, look at Bed Bath and Beyond. Holy smokes! This Angel wasn't easy. I was had to keep an eye on it while I was in this webinar. They never got stopped out, so I'm still in it. But we'll see what happens. I'm hoping. I was hoping for maybe something into the 50s, and that is for the Angel. So I'm still short this from 879. Yeah, no, Jamie, and to everybody, we get this question, we're getting this question a lot. The webinar this afternoon, that's at 4 o'clock Eastern time with Brian Shannon. It is, if you, as long as you sign up for it, even if you can't make it live, doesn't matter. You'll get an email tomorrow with the recording, okay? You don't have to make it live. Oh, nice. And this is even showing up on my Gap Down and Go now, Angel. Showing up on my, I'm going to be using this one, I think, going forward for a while, guys. Um, I sort of retired it for several months. It really works well when we're in earning season because that's when you get a lot of stocks that gap up and then reverse and all. But I'm going to take a look at this going forward. Earning season, believe it or not, is in about 3 weeks. Believe it or not, I know William's going to yell at me, but there's Alcoa, April 19th. So the banks will be a little bit before that. Oh, come on down. Go, 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 Anjo. And again, I'm sharing this, okay? I am sharing this on my homepage. Gap continuation or reversal scan. And of course, I first saw it right here. Right here on the 10-day daily breakdown. And how I plan to really use this is in conjunction with the V1. See, I never ever really paid that much attention to the VWAP, certainly not the anchor to VWAP. I didn't even know about it. I look at this one now. I mean, I was short this one early on in the day, but I think I basically got out flat. And the reason I got out is because, again, here it is, TRMD, 10-day daily breakdown. I didn't know what the financing price was. And I still don't know what the financing price is. So that kind of scared me because they could have come out afterwards and said, oh, we're doing our financing at, I don't know, 30. And so that could have popped up closer to it. But I guess I should never doubt my 10-day daily breakdown. Oh, I mean, this still has some room on the weekly chart. No, I'm going to take it now, but look at that, 27. It still has a dollar on the weekly chart. So in the marketing meeting, they told me we've got 1,300 people signed up for this webinar. There will not be 1,300 people in the webinar, but there are 1,300 people who have signed up. And again, why I say it like that is not everybody will be attending the webinar live. I don't know how many. Yeah, we got enough virtual chairs. Now look at the market, guys. Look at this market surge here. An hour up. So far, an hour up. I mean, look at this just on the simple VWAP break for AVDL at 825. Simple VWAP break and a nice move. It was hovering around it for quite a while. You can kind of see chopping around it. And that's just the simple VWAP. I created it, but you can have it. Okay. I mean, we do have one in channel, I think, but I don't know if it's exactly the same as mine. I mean, it may be because, I asked them to do it based on mine, but you can have it. You can go to my homepage because I can't guarantee that I haven't tweaked it since it made its way into the channel. So if you want mine exactly, we're talking about the gap and go. Well, it's not just a gap and go, okay? It's a gap and go and gap and reversal. So let me explain what that means. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down until you see the scan section and gap continuation or reverse, okay? That's what, no, so it is a multi-strategy window. So there are 4 strategies in here. I right click. You don't have to have them all, but they're all in here, and I'll explain what I mean by that. So if I right click and then hover over strategies, here they are. So if you didn't want one, if you don't care about shorting or things like that, all you have to do is uncheck. But the gap up and go, what that means is the stock gapped up and it kept going for a while. Doesn't mean it's going to gap up all day long. Okay. But at the time of the alert, it met all the filter requirements and it should be in an uptrend. Gap down and reverse, just a reversal. Well, not just a reversal. No, you gap down and then it's trying to reverse. Okay. And then the gap up and reverse. Well, it gapped up and then it's starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go, it gapped down and it kept moving down. When we got the alert, now again, just make sure people understand, just because you get a gap down and go doesn't mean it's going to keep going, gapping down and going the entire day. Just like this one is a gap, this AVDL is a gap down and reversal. Doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing for the whole day. But when we got the alert, it must have probably got the alert right around here because it has to make a new high for the day. But if you want to see them, so again, if you didn't want one of them or, all I have to do is uncheck. You just have to check them, uncheck, okay? So if you don't want one of them, or 2 of them, or you just want a gap up and go. You just want to see stocks that gap up and maybe kept going for a while, and that's the one. And in order to see it, you want to see what it's actually looking for. So let's start from scratch. So if I right click, right and go. If I right click and then hover over strategies again, and then say I just hover over the gap and go, all these boxes keep popping up, and then I can say open alert window. Okay, now now this will tell you what it's looking for. I can right click, configure, and summary. This is what it's looking for. So if the stock is between 50 cents and $30, volume is at least 300,000 shares. The stock had to open at least 50 cents above yesterday's close. The open also has to be 4% above yesterday's close. So that's the percentage that's got to be above and the actual dollar amount. Now, this is a bit of a hack. Okay. If I put this earnings per share, at least 1 cent, either positive or negative, what that does is it keeps out ETFs, etc. It'll only point you to stocks in this. Okay. That is what that's why that is there. And I delay it for 15 minutes. You don't have to, but I like to delay it for 15 minutes. In other words, I'm not going to get an alert in the first 15 minutes. Why do I do that? Because stocks in the first 15 minutes, you can get a gap up and down, up and down, up and down. To me, it'd be way too noisy. So I delay it for 15 minutes. You don't have to. You want to take that filter out, that's fine. But that's what this is looking for. And so you can look at the other ones, doing exactly the same thing, the strategies, hover over this, open the alert window, and you can see exactly what they're looking for. Now, for instance, if, where are we now? Now, there are some universal ones that you can change them. Let me see what they could be. So if I right click on this multi-strategy window and I click on configure all, okay, edit the selected, I've checked them all, see what I could do. So if I wanted a different price range, so I think I've got 50 cents and $30 in every one of them. So if I wanted a different price range, so I didn't have to go into the individual strategy. So for instance, if I said, you know what, I only want to see between 10 and 100, you can do it. So it'll change them all. And here's that time of day. If you said, you know what, I don't care. I want to see them right from the beginning, get rid of it. Here's the minimum volume. You don't like that, you can get rid of it. Okay. And that's, I think, the only ones that you can do. Now you could add in another filter if you want that's going to affect everything, but that's up to you. If you wanted a minimum float for every one of them, yeah, you could put it here. If you wanted a minimum market cap, you'd have to find the market cap filter, but you could so you can do things like that. So quickly adjust every one of the strategies. Okay, go have at it. Well, look at Pally, guys. Yeah, so I mean, Zach's, you can go to my homepage and there, now I've made an adjustment, I think, but Zach's bounce plays and topping plays have nothing to do with the MFI. But if you want MFI, as I think Denver, if you click on new and then Market Explorer window and then right click, select strategy and money flow index. So these are the ones we've got, oversold and overbought on 1 minute. Now, again, in the Market Explorer, there's nothing you cannot tweak it. In other words, if you didn't see it, if you wanted a different price range or things like that, you can't do it. These are canned. But I think, Michael, you're never going to find anything that is very thin. That's for sure. In terms of volume. Okay. I'm not doing it because I don't want to get overloaded with all sorts of different scans. Boy, this PYXS, I think, is right at the VWAP, guys. Or very, very close. 583, look at that, right at the VWAP. Now, if it broke down through it, there might be some support around 555. Well, I look at this AQN. I know somebody thought maybe that was over, and based on those topping tails, it might have been. But look at AQN. This has to be watched tomorrow. I mean, why? Look left. I think anyway. 925 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Somebody asked why have a weekly chart. Well, that's why. So I can quickly look to see on the weekly where the next high is. So AQN. I don't know if there's any specific. I think they announced a dividend or something. This is a Canadian stock, trades on the U.S. exchange, of course, but so they announced the dividend, okay, for the record holders as of. Guys, I'm just reading something internally right now. Man, Palisade Park. 308 is the next high looking left. Is any news on this one? Trading higher? Oh, that's right. The Maxim Group. Now that is wrong though, guys. This has not been adjusted, but maybe that's what a lot of traders are seeing still. It appears that that was a typo. It should be a $5 price target, not 50. I think we confirmed that. Can somebody confirm that again? Somebody said they looked in Schwab and it did say the Maxim Group, but it said a $5 price target instead of 50. I mean, obviously it's a massive difference. And that is for Pali, Pali. All right, guys. Looks like the VWAP is being breached by PYXS. Meanwhile, MCB continues. Oh, it does say 50. Well, somebody said they looked in and it says Maxim, must say the Maxim group, right? Hmm. Can somebody else, because somebody said that they looked at, I think, Schwab or somebody else, and it said $5. Okay, thank you, Pepe. And who is that from? For Thinkorswim. Okay. It just seems a little crazy to put a $50 price target on a $2 stock. So I'm still going to think it's a typo. But you know what? The thing is that if it's a typo, I mean, I'm seeing it in Interactive Brokers. Somebody said also, well, wait a minute. So Jamie now, Pepe, Jamie in our YouTube room, who has Thinkorswim, I think, it says 50, then it said 5, then it says 50. So, well, it's factor of 10 different. So, I mean, it makes a huge difference, in looking at this tomorrow. Again, I don't know how much power or weight the Maxim group has. Maybe if you go to maybe Maxim must have a website. Just for fun, I'll. Just looking to see, I can't see any, I'm on their website, I can't see anything right off the top. It says like recent analysis or something to that effect. Okay, I just went to news and press. Yeah, I don't see anything on their website that immediately, this is what I'm looking at right now. The last one I see is March 30th for Viking. It may be somewhere. I just can't find it. I don't know where it is. I'd have to spend more time than I have right now to figure out where it might be. Well, I guess the bottom line is, if enough people are seeing a $50 price target, that's what they believe. All right, guys. So typically, this is when I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still here, but I'll put myself on mute. I will hop right back on the mic if there's a question. That answer your question, Hall? Anyone see MCB today? Showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. 1057 at $28. Okay, I'm back. Paul, so I don't know if this is going to help you. We do have the ETF channel. I don't know if you've looked at it before. I don't know if this is going to help you. So this, this dives into the sectors a little more deeply. Okay, so, ETF gainers, ETF losers. I don't know if that's what you're looking for. That's all we would have, though. Yeah, so it's called the ETF channel or ETF racing. That's what it's called. So yeah, I mean, you can look at the sectors channel, of course, but this is, these are obviously a lot more, as you said, diving down into them a little more. There's ZSL, isn't that a silver play of some sort? Ultra short silver. So I mean, I don't know if that's what you're looking for exactly, but the sectors channel is whatever you see in the sectors channel, that's what it is. Question: Are YouTube room? Do I ever look at a 1 minute chart? Nope, never. And again, that doesn't mean that a person who is looking at a 1 minute chart and is successful doing it shouldn't do it just because I don't. But no, I never look at a 1 minute chart. One time I put up a 1 minute chart is on FOMC day. I put a SPY 1 minute chart up at 2 o'clock, but that's it. That's just for entertainment purposes. But I never look at a 1 minute chart. Do I trade stocks under $1? No. These are easy questions to answer. I don't trade stocks under $1, no. Question in our YouTube room. Okay, so when you ask the question, did it catch the upgrade? Well, Pally showed up in many scans, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, just a very simple one here. Momentum scan, Pally, 938, 211. Yeah, no, we've been throwing that news around, wondering what the actual price target is supposed to be. I think it's 5. I mean, it still is out there at 50. But the bottom line is, yes, it caught it. If you can see my screen, Ben. If you're asking me, Simon, what was the alert for MCB? The first alert happened at 10:57 time, Eastern time at 28. That is from this scan here, the 10-day daily breakdown. So, I mean, it already had broken down a little bit, but the filters weren't met until this happened in this particular scan. Now it's still tacked on, from that scan, $6. But also, let's see where the first time it hit this one. Momentum down. Yeah, so a little bit earlier here, 3072. 3072, it hit at 1043. So before it hit this 10-day daily breakdown, and again, the reason being is that it didn't, it took another, 14 minutes before it met all the filter requirements in this particular scan. Well, the news feed that we have, okay, it's a scrubbing feed. It looks at a lot of things, and here it is. Now here it is, the price target right there, 330. Okay, well, today. So, Maxim upgrades Palisade Bio to buy from hold. Price target is 5. Okay. No. Understand that we get a lot. This is Market Screener, whatever that is. Okay. We scrub a lot of news. Okay, a lot of news sources. It's not one. Just like Interactive Brokers does the same thing. I mean, here's, they've got Benzinga here, they've got Seeking Alpha. I know they have Dow Jones. It's not just one news source. I am not streaming with a 15-minute delay, Mello. Now, there is a slight delay in YouTube. It's about 8 seconds, I guess, but it's certainly not 15 minutes. No, I mean, I'm looking at the YouTube feed, and yeah, there's Pally, and it's moving up and down just like this one. So I don't know why you're thinking it's a 15-minute delay. All right, guys, 3:21. So this is typically where I want to get ready for this webinar myself. So the webinar will be in about 40 minutes. I'll put the link in one last time. Okay. So even if you can't attend the webinar live, if you sign up for it, you will get an email tomorrow with the video. Okay. And let me just get, what a fast day. What a day, guys. I don't know about you guys, but this was lots of exciting action. All right, guys. That's it for another day. So as usual, thank you for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. The main room will open at 8. You guys can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. Then I get live on the mic and YouTube and the main room at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and hopefully attend that webinar. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And now, YouTubers, we'll see you guys tomorrow also.